what's up? Hello. We're here a little bit early. I was waiting until Paige was done with a meeting, and now we're live. Hello. Is chat going to work? Let's test it out. Wait. Test. Oh, look at that. Why the fuck is it so small? What's up, Bing Bong? Hello. Didn't see it pop up. It is very tiny in the bottom left and is also fading for some reason. One sec. I know how to handle this. Okay. Message timeout. Maximum number there. Okay, saving copy. Let's throw that bad boy in there. What's up? Hello, everybody. And, hey, there we go. What's up? Hello. Wait, live already? I know. I was a little bit early. Hello. How's it going? What up? I need to remember I turned up the gain. I can sit. I don't need to eat the mic as much. What's up? Hi. Hello. What's up? We are, if you don't know what we're doing here, this is Critical Eyes. My name is Megaphone Man. I've been DMing for a long time now, but I had never watched an actual play before starting this series. And now I watch Critical Role. We talk about the good, the bad, the ugly, the beautiful, and try to have some fun along the way. Do some theorizing, do some predicting, some creating. I don't know. Hello, this is episode 109. It is the live show, and this is part 2. We already watched part of it. We watched the beginning part. It ended with Vecna just coming in, just knocking down the door, saying hi. And that'll be a scene that we'll watch, and it'll be what it is. I wouldn't say I'm looking forward to it, but it will happen. What's up, Deadly Spark? Pros and cons of being in Australia. Look, if things go the way that I hope they do, streams might be getting much more Australian time zone friendly in the coming months. I am hoping to be busier during the day for reasons, for job money making reasons. So that may be something to look forward to, I suppose. Where did I want to make sure that it's working on the other screen? There we go. I think it is beautiful. Oh yes, it is lovely. Okay. Vecna keeps farming aura. Yeah. Vecna does seem to be very into being stylish. Vecna seems to want to kind of cause a scene and kind of fucks with that. Vecna is a little allergic to not aura farming. Let's see. If we move over to here, that's working. We love that. Honestly, it's a little bit big over here. It's a little big. It didn't look too big on the other screen, but on this screen, it looks a little large. We're going to turn that down just a tad. Just a skosh, really. We're just going to turn it down a skosh to that. Save that. And there we go. Stranger Things Vecna versus CR Vecna. What are your thoughts? I have not seen Stranger Things before. So, cannot comment on Stranger Things Vecna. I have heard vaguely that Vecna is in Stranger Things. That's all I got on that. CR Vecna so far, though, is very, like, over the top villainous. It's very, the only word that's coming to mind is, like, vaudevillian. It feels very over the top, very, very almost comic book villainy, which is fine. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. It's just not my particular cup of tea. Like, I generally don't even have singular big bads in the way that Vecna is a big bad. Like, there are maybe individuals that are evil or are, like, you know, pursuing evil ends, but they are rarely the, like, singular drivers of the plot and of the plans and the machinations. They will be, like, a subset within a larger situation, or they'll be like not subcontractor, but they're like a singular actor within a larger drama. So I don't want to be too, like, harsh to this Vecna. They're just not, I also don't find them that compelling as a villain. Like, if I'm being really truthful with you guys, I don't need my villains to be, like, gray. Like, I think that the anti-hero and anti-villain kind of pop sensation that, or how do I say this? I think for a while now, for, like, at least the past few years, if not the past, like, decade or so, we've really been in this, like, renaissance of anti-heroes and anti-villains where, like, everything needs to be these, like, moral shades of gray. And I think that's, like, cool in some ways, but I definitely don't need that for my villains. I'm just not into the over-the-top nature. Makes them feel very unreal to me, which, like, sometimes is kind of the point. But it doesn't, it kind of takes me out of things a little bit, especially when the rest of it, and I think TTRPGs in general, are relatively grounded. Like, you're getting to have all of these different players reenact all of these roles, or not reenact, but act out all of these roles, including the GM. So you're getting these very, like, personalized looks into the lives of the characters. And you're getting very detailed looks at their lives. I think that's, like, why people focus so much on grounding within TTRPG stories. And Vecna's not that. I don't know. It's fine. It's fine. It's not my cup, I guess. Future Stranger Things first time watching content? No comment. I think Vecna is Matt's weakest big bag, not in power, but, like, storyline wise. It's tough because I think that like, Vecna, I think there's, like, something very inherently interesting, at least to me, about Vecna. Like, the idea of this, you know, this individual delving into ancient forbidden secrets and arts to ascend, like that's my sort of shit. That is warlock oriented shit right there. But he doesn't really like, I don't get that from his personality, right? Like, his personality doesn't feel doesn't feel like a warlock necessarily. It doesn't feel like someone who was like wanting to search out these secrets. It reads as like high school bully to me. Of like, I have a position of power over you, and I'm going to like taunt you and fuck with you for kind of no reason, and even to potentially my own detriment. And it makes Vecna feel, I think, to me at least, very like almost immature. And that's fine. Like, there's nothing exactly wrong with how Vecna's been characterized. It's just not very compelling to me. Like, this kind of very egotistical, very arrogant, very... yeah, I don't know. It seems like he's just kind of seeking out power for power's sake, which I know people do. Like, that's not what necessarily makes it ungrounded. It's just not very interesting to watch from my perspective. Of like, this guy doesn't really seem to have any like goals or personality beyond I am above you in the power dynamic, and I'm going to make sure that you understand that I'm above you in the power dynamic. It's almost very like Count Olaf from like Series of Unfortunate Events. It's just like, I'm going to fuck with you in every way possible, but also not like permanently resolve anything, because I just enjoy being above you in the dynamic power wise. So I don't know. It's not. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah. A villain can be both pure evil and grounded. The problem with that kind of villain is it's very easy to fall into too real to be fun for the player / audience. I agree with that. I think that, like, yeah, if they're a little bit too, they definitely can be too evil to be fun. And it is a risk. I think it's why a lot of TTRPG villains end up going the morally gray route, or they end up going the kind of, I would almost say, alien, maybe more like bestial route. I think that's what you see with a lot of like demons or devil lords, is like, they are not evil because they like chose to be. They are just evil because that is their nature. And so they can sort of have these grounded personalities as well as being evil. I think of like Raphael from BG3. And I think that those can kind of avoid the too real to be fun. But yeah, if you're doing like a mortal villain, which Vecna was pre-apotheosis, you have to like characterize this as a person who like fell down the evil route. And I don't know. I think that the thing that like really sort of loses me about Vecna is like his goals, right? I don't understand why he wants the power that he has. None of his interactions seem very goal oriented. Like, he sent a bunch of people after Vox Machina when they were in the woods with Darren DePaul. I can't remember his name. Sprigg. But then just like taunted them afterward and was just like, bah, you got me. Like, you got my guys, whatever. I don't care. And it's like, well, if you don't care, why did you send them in the first place? If you were always watching Vox Machina, especially up to this point, like, why have you let them like get so far? I guess maybe we'll see. I don't know. It all just reads as very convenient. It reads as like supreme convenience to me, of the character just like coming in to say a few like lines that are evil oriented lines and then bouncing before they do any like real harm. I don't know. I think it's also like part of it is like the like arrogance and ego and power with the like sheer amount of access. I also think if like Vecna was characterized in exactly the same way, but just had like less global access to the players or to locations, then maybe it would feel slightly different. But the fact that he has so much access and so much power, and all he does is like chat shit, that's where it like really loses me. I'm like, I don't know. Do you think Matt's Vecna would be different if the campaign wasn't an actual play show? I have no idea. You know, I think there are certain moments that maybe would be different. Like, I think the reason that there was a Vecna-related combat with Sprig was because Matt wanted to have a combat that Darren DePaul could participate in, and just chose Vecna as the driving force of that combat. I think that might not have happened had it not been an actual play. You know, it's small things like that. I don't know that it would have been too different, but I think there might be some contextual things that were different, that might make the character feel different overall. That was my biggest issue with Homelander from The Boys. As soon as he learned who the boys were, he should have killed them, and the writers had to handwave why he didn't every season. Same vein. Definitely like similar vein of problem. Yeah. I like a villain motivated by fear of the basic stuff to do horrible things, death, humility, commitment, etc. Yeah, I mean, like, I think you don't need a villain, like, just because you give a villain a motivation doesn't necessitate that they are morally gray. Like, just because they have a goal and a rationale that we can understand doesn't even really make them morally gray. It just makes them, like, comprehensible. You know? And it makes their, like, it just makes them, like, have, like, a personality. And I think sometimes authors, and I don't just include Matt in this, like, I think, like, even some modern authors that I've read are either very, like, the villain has to be morally gray, like, it has to be, like, oh, you kind of sympathize with them, or they are just cartoonish, there is no sympathy for them, but there's also, like, no reasoning to what they're doing. And those are not the only two options, you know? I don't know. I think Matt would play Vecna very differently if he wasn't yet God. This is basically Vecna's victory lap. He thinks he can afford all the drama. Yeah, I suppose. And I guess maybe that it's more like, maybe that is like the core of the lesson, is that we're just like too late in Vecna's arc for him to be interesting. Like, after the villain has gotten everything they ever wanted, they actually become, like, kind of boring characters. I mean, like, maybe that is the lesson here, because, like, I don't disagree with what you're saying, G. Hercub, of, like, he is now a god. He has achieved the goals he was after. And I guess he just, like, yeah, like, he's just, like, feeling himself and, like, taking the victory lap. I don't find that very compelling. I think, like, the best version of that is that it sets up this feeling of, like, comeuppance, right? Of this villain was so high on their own supply, they thought they had it all locked up, and then the heroes proved them wrong. I think, like, the problem with that in this particular scenario is that I think, like, for comeuppance to feel satisfying in that sort of situation, to me, I need to believe that there is very little way for the villain to be defeated, right? It has to be, like, very, I have to have seen all of the work that the villain did, and then also it needs to feel kind of hopeless for the main characters, for the allies. And then the allies have to figure out this like crazy specific thing to take down the villain in order to, I think, really deliver on that comeuppance feeling. Because right now, it just kind of makes Vecna look dumb to me. Like, it just kind of makes him look stupid. Of him, like, taking the victory lap while knowing that Vox Machina is, like, actively working to take him down. And, like, you know, I'm going to hazard a guess that they succeed. And it just, like, kind of makes him look kind of just stupid in retrospect. Not even in retrospect. Like, I'm so confident that Vox Machina will take him down. Like, it's not even going to be that difficult. That the fact that he's just so arrogant and just, like, not even, like, paying one lick of attention to them, while also paying a ton of attention to them. I don't know. It feels like something that I almost need to like write a script on or like bullet point out or make like a presentation on, because I am like the more I get of Vecna, the less enthused I am for him to come on screen. Like I'm just so uninterested in anything he has to say. And it's not even like, oh, we need to get him to like reveal something about himself, right? I think of like the Lord Ruler in Mistborn. Like, it's not even like, oh, we need him to like reveal his secret weakness or whatever. Like, we need to like figure out what it is, and we gotta keep him talking so that he reveals it on accident. Like, we've got a plan, and he has done basically nothing to contest the plan, except for a very half-hearted attempt with Sprig. So I don't know, man. I think part of the lack of Vecna motivation is due to the fact that he's a pre-established villain and not something Matt had to create from scratch. Yeah, like, the fact that he didn't have to create it means that he wasn't like propelled into making motivations for him. Like, I think that's fair, but it's just like even just like creating a character to roleplay. I don't know, like, what is his purpose in any given scene that, like, outside of Doyleist reasoning? I think that's kind of the thing with Vecna. It's like every interaction with him has felt Doyleist at the bottom of it. It doesn't feel like there's like a lot of in-fiction reason that we're talking to him. It feels like we're talking to him right now because Matt, the DM, wanted to villainously interact for a sec. It doesn't feel like even the individualized interactions are motivated by anything. Like, even the conversation that he had when they were with Sprig with them was basically like, hey, come and join me. And they say, go fuck yourself, skelly bones. And he says, got me there. And then leaves. And I'm like, what do you mean? What? That's it? You're gonna threaten them a whole bunch, and then when they just say no, you don't punish them in any way? You don't, like, send more ghoulies after them? You don't start, like, hunting them down or anything? You're just like, true. And then leave? Like, what? I don't know. I have a similar problem in my campaign, but I solved it by taking away a legendary artifact they were carrying. The villain, as never watching them, the villain was scrying and tracking the people who had the artifact. I think I understand what you're saying, but I don't know well enough. Just because we can understand where Lex Luthor is coming from does not make him gray. He's still a fucking scumbag. Right, exactly. And, like, I just don't even know, like, what Like, I don't even understand Vecna as a scumbag. He seems to just like exist to kind of deliver lines in a fun voice. I don't know. Yeah, it also kind of feels like Vecna just sat around dead until his followers solved his problems, like being dead and not a god. Yeah, like I don't know of anything in particular that Vecna really did. It seems like Delilah did most of it, but I don't even fully understand why. Like, I think I do for Delilah. Like, I think it was Vecna gave her the power to raise Silas, and so she, signed like a warlock deal with him. And so there's that. Like, I can appreciate that, but that to me characterizes Vecna as more of this, like, kind of above it sort of source of power, right? It almost dehumanizes him in a way for him to be like this entity that humans, like normal humanity, reaches out to for like favors and deals. Like, it puts him on the level of like Zariel or Minthara, or not Minthara, the patron in who's holding Will's leash in BG3. I can't remember. Mizora. It puts Vecna on like a Mizora level to me. And the thing about when Mizora shows up in your camp is she always wants something from Will. Like, she has a goal. She shows up to try to get Will to do something, and she puts up a lot of posturing in the process, but like, she has these overarching goals that she is kind of playing off. Whereas Vecna, like, when he shows up to talk to the players, I never understand why. Like, the thing that it appears that he is wanting them to do is just like fully submit to him, which like is fine. It's just not very interesting. And then when they say no, he doesn't punish them in any way. Mizora fucking turns Will into a fucking tiefling. Spoilers, I guess. But there's no like sense of punishment for them rejecting Vecna. He's just like, okay, bye. I don't know. I don't know. If he doesn't know about the trammel, he easily becomes understandable. If he doesn't, but he almost, like, he should. Like, from the way that he has discussed, it sounds like he actively does know about the trammel. But even then, like, he knows that Vox Machina is doing something that they believe will take him down. And as the one of the only other describing factors of him being the god of secrets, it feels a little bit incomprehensible to me that he just would say, don't care. Don't care what they're doing, right? It feels to me like he either knows what they are doing and is just, just doesn't care then, or he doesn't know what they're doing and I guess also just doesn't care. I think that's just the thing, is he just doesn't seem to care about anything, but he still shows up to interact despite his lack of care. I think that's like the big kind of linchpin to me of like what feels so off about him. Yeah. What would be a conversation between Sauron and Frodo like? He is a danger, but you can't make him address a hobbit without making Sauron lose aura. I think that's a great point, turning into a crazy dolphin. Yeah, it's like if Sauron and Frodo were just like chatting, it would really make Sauron seem like less, it would humanize him, right? It would take him out of the realm of, I think, interesting incomprehensibility. It's almost like showing the monster in like a horror movie, right? By getting to talk to Vecna, it humanizes him so much that he starts to feel strange because he feels like a human with no human personality. Sauron doesn't have a human personality, but he also doesn't need one because he's like an incomprehensible villainous force, right? And I think that that's like Delilah making the deal to, hey, give me knowledge about Silas, or to raise Silas and I'll serve you, whatever. That fits within like a Sauron comparison, right? It fits of like putting Vecna as this kind of incomprehensible thing. But you can't then have him show up and just like chat shit at Vox Machina. It like actually really diminishes his intimidating like status. It makes him feel less incomprehensible. It makes him feel like more like just a guy. Yeah. Like, I think if the only interaction with Vecna we had was during the fight when they tried to kill him and then he fucking killed them, I would find him much more scary and interesting. Like, if he just viewed Vox Machina as like flies on the wall, did not give a shit about them, never talked to them, never spoke to them, maybe even if he just sent underlings after them, right? And they chatted with the underlings, right? Like, if he never showed up at the end of the fight at Sprigg's house, if he just sent people after them and then that's it, I might have questions, but he would still feel relatively cohesive, I think, as a villain. Yeah. I'm convinced Vecna would work so much better as a C2 villain. If you know, you know. Fair enough. The problem is Vecna is supposedly watching them intently, but also doesn't make any real effort to stop them. Yeah, I think that is like, that's at least one of the factors. Yeah. Yeah. My player's as a danger, she was just tracking down the artifact. Then she got it. Now she doesn't give a shit about them. And I mean, I think that is like, once she gets the artifact, if she never talks to your players again, that is sensical to me. Yeah, it's like her motivation is getting the artifact. She's trying to get it from them. And then once she has it, she just ignores them. That tracks. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, the analogy of Sauron showing up in the Shire just to rage bait Frodo makes a lot of sense. I get why you don't like it now. Yeah, I think that's a good... I was really struggling to like come up with like a good analogy of why it doesn't land to me, but I think the Sauron analogy is a very good one. Yeah, of like, I think previous to this, he has been a Sauron type character. And the idea of Sauron, yeah, just like rage baiting Frodo is kind of like ridiculous. Like it's so silly that it's just like, okay, like I can't take you seriously anymore. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you for crystallizing that. Turning into a crazy dolphin. Yeah, it's a really good analogy. I think I'll leave it there, honestly, because that's I think that crystallizes it. Yeah. Let's see. 2:09:15 timestamp for after the break. I think let's get it going. But we'll see. Maybe Vecna, maybe we'll get a little bit more motivation from him, like if we're kind of going down the humanoid or the characterizing route. Maybe we get a little bit more understanding of like why he's here rage baiting, you know?
As the inner sanctum chambers.
Oh my god, I forgot it was a live show again. I even said that it was a live show at the beginning, and then I forgot about it between 34 minutes and now. 34 minutes ago and now.
Platinum Sanctuary stood silent at the recent arrival of the vision of Vecna. Hovering but 2 feet off the ground in all his lich-like glory, his toothy grin is immense, threatening to crack the sides of his face. As gasps fill the chamber, armored warriors thrust spear and blade towards his illusory body, arrows and spells passing through harmlessly and clattering and splashing and exploding against distant pillars across the room. The smoke subsides, and he stands there untouched. Quite the tea party you've gathered here for. I suppose celebration is in order. After all, you missed my rebirthday. I have something to show you that I'm quite excited about. Don't rush the surprise, friends. I'll bring it to you. Do not fret. You're all gathered here in one place. It would be a perfect place for an ambush, wouldn't you say? But where's the fun in that? When there are so many less protected loved ones to send my shadows to. Your daughter Desir, Earthbreaker, trains alone at the Boson Caves. An easy target.
Okay, what do you want, Vecna? Because, like, you know what? Targeting their friends and family, their loved ones, fair enough. Target their friends and loved ones. But are you just telling them this to make them upset? Or do you want something? Because I think that is, like, the real thing, is, like, the rage baiting is just kind of getting on my nerves at this point. Like, what's the point here, Vecna?
Lord of the Platinum Dragon, your family lies behind the double-sealed doors of your estate. I know of your secret cellar entrance. The great protector of Marquette's jewel is away, and your studious concubines are left without their guard.
You know what? Fair enough. I am kind of getting rage baited. That's fair, Turtings. I am kind of getting rage baited.
Not to mention Olive Whitestone or Cassandra. Young Velora Visar now plays with her owlbear doll, all alone in her room. At this point, Allura shouts at the top of her lungs, "That's enough!" And with a wave of her hand, dispels the illusion with a flash of energy.
That's it? Dude.
Causing it to fade, leaving only the lingering, omnipresent sound of Vecna's chilling chuckle.
Okay.
Then silence takes the room.
Vord, does this need to be attuned?
It does.
You fucking idiot. Someone left a comment that was like, you know, Vord is the head of this religious sect that is not super cool with arcane magic. Maybe he doesn't know that it needs to be attuned. Well, I mean, bro, Vord, and also Allura. Like, what do you mean that's enough? Why? What is enough? Him just, I guess you just got rage baited. I guess that's it. But we'll never know why he was here, why he was chatting shit. It's probably just for no reason. I don't know.
Why would you take it off?
I was gifting it to you. I didn't realize he was going to show up in my sanctum.
What? What? Dude, Vasselhiem had it coming, bro.
Okay, I'm
However-
just gonna sit down and just keep talking. I'm gonna try to attune while that's happening.
Ophira steps forward. It's a distraction. A bluff. We're close and he knows it.
Close to what?
Vord then turns to her and says,
What do you mean you're close? What is... Your entire plan has been we'll run at him, and you guys run at him from a different angle. What do you mean you're close?
I will not abandon my family. Vecna knows too much. We have no more time. Those who are primed for assault, it begins now. Vox Machina, how do you wish to proceed?
Well, we can't tell you.
You fucking
I think we
Vord! Oh my god, you dumbass! Did you not recall?
proceed by taking a 15-minute nap, really. At this
What? Wait, did you just make a decree and then turn to us and say, what's your plan?
It's a great point. It's a great point.
Yes. You think I haven't heard tales of your chaotic battle strategies?
Yes, exactly.
I cannot
chaotic.
attempt to ascertain the nature of how you've survived the trials you have. So I leave that entirely up to you. The rest, we can handle, organize, and strategize.
You do that. You do that.
Sweetie.
As you take a moment and rest, the rest of the individuals there begin to talk amongst themselves. The other leaders begin to set their clerics and warriors and sending out orders to the various temples across all of Vasselhiem and beyond.
Orders
to
for
prepare
what?
Themselves, some for the defense of the city, and some to make their way northward to wherever Thar and Fala will be found head on. While this happens, and you're currently attuning to this ring,
Yes,
you guys
I'm
begin to...
unattuning to bracers of archery in order to attune to this
Okay,
ring.
so you're removing the braces of archery and you're
Yeah.
tuning to the ring. Okay. So that's 2 less damage on your range attacks.
Do you have a card that I can see?
She wants that paper.
I want that paper!
The ring card is
that
in my
paper?
hotel room. But you will have it next week.
All right.
But essentially what it does is while it's attuned to you and on you, within 60 feet of you at all times, divination magic is inert and cancelled.
And what's the name of it exactly?
It is called the Band of Shrouds.
Look, I'll say, I don't know if Matt has this prepped or if he improv'd it. If he improv'd it, these are all great responses. He's handling it well. Again, I would bet that it is pre-prepped, but this scene could go identically if he had improv'd it and is just like, oh yeah, cards in my hotel room, this is what it does, this is what it's called. Like, even though I think for Matt specifically, this is probably pre-prepped, you could improv this identically, and these answers still totally work. So something to keep in mind.
Also, the hotel printer was broken. Just
Yeah, look, even just
Yeah.
getting my sheets printed out for this game has been a whole ordeal. Thank you, Danny. So, as this is happening and you guys are kind of amongst yourselves figuring out what to do and the rest of the crowd is murmuring, you hear the footfalls. One, another, the approach of Jamon Sa'ord. My warriors defend this city, but my strength also lies in the front lines. If a distraction is what you need to succeed, there are few things as distracting as a shining dragon. I will fly with the wyverns once Vox Machina has been delivered, and the delivery shall be among the wings I bear, if you'll have me.
What?
And they give a bow. and a nod.
Has it been long enough that it's tuned?
Not yet, no.
Shit!
The rest of the people are gathering out. You guys are...
Then why are we continuing to talk about the plan? Like, come on, shut the fuck up. Did no one else just see what just happened? Are we all ignoring the fact that, like, you don't even have to believe Vox Machina at this point? You saw Vecna. You know that he's listening. Shut the fuck up about the plan. Oh my god.
For the moment, are kind of just focused inward. Pike's there with you. There is tension being cast around, but right now they're letting you strategize before you bring what you have to the table, because right now they have nothing until you have a strategy.
All right.
They have nothing. Really.
We know of
I
2
couldn't tell.
places to go to up near the something mountains.
Yeah, should we?
Zenwick
Zenwick Mountain.
Oh, I mean, hang for a
I
moment.
just don't want to talk about it just for like just a little more time.
Just a little more time.
Stay here then.
Yeah, just chill.
Definitely
We're
be
gonna-
here the
we're
whole
gonna do-
time. and not
You know
leave.
what? We
What we're
should
gonna
go
do-
shopping.
You know what?
No, fuck that. We are not shopping.
No, it's
quit, I'll quit, I'll leave.
no, Grog. No, it's just it's a.
Maybe we should just give up.
A
You know
wink.
what? I
What is
think
wrong with you?
everyone
No,
should
let's
give
give
up.
up. She's right. We should give up.
What, first shopping and now we give up? What the fuck?
No, you know what? Vecna's right. I'm really worried about our family. We should all
Yeah.
split up and go be with our families right
Yeah,
now.
and you
in
know what?
this
Maybe we
terrible
should
time.
convert. I should just stab myself in the eye right now.
Maybe you should.
Yeah.
Maybe we will.
Yeah,
Let's do it.
let's do that.
Priest of Vecna.
Praise
Vecna.
Vecna.
What the fuck? Take it back now.
Good.
No, I mean, I think that's a good idea. And I start pushing Whisper
What?
slowly.
No! Hey, seriously, it's too hard. It's too hard. I don't like it. I don't like it. Don't do that.
Sweetie.
Don't worry, he can't be killed. Just like all of us can't be killed.
Jamon, I'm coming with you. These people lost their fucking mind.
Do not worry, Grog. Be patient. I think there is more to their words than you are. Sit down. For the sake of brevity, as everyone is kind of cautiously waiting for the ring's attunement, eventually you feel the energy click as the ring has been slipped on for this time, and you feel this kind of slight shimmer of cold wash through your body and extend outward, at which point you know that the ring has finally been attuned.
All right, we can talk freely.
Yeah. Holla.
Show
We're
it, show
good.
it.
For the sake of brevity. Thank you, Matt. Oy, oy, oy.
How does it look?
It looks fucking good.
Yeah, great. Yeah.
That's quite nice.
It looks great, Grog.
Yeah, quitter.
Okay, so fuck Vecna. We're not for Vecna.
Yeah.
I know.
I do.
Change it. So, we have 2 options, right? What were you saying, Scanlan?
The Crypts of Femora or the Silted Bale?
The stilted veil?
I don't think
The
that was
Silted
close.
Veil.
It was very
I thought it
close.
was a silted veil.
It's a veil.
Silted veil in the
Veil.
crypts of
Smora.
Thromora.
Femora.
Femora.
Thromora.
Sure.
Gomira.
We know a general sense of where we're going.
So, wait, we're going there, why?
Well, it's
Those are the only places that we know within the Zenwick Mountains that have any sort of
Secret
appeal.
passage.
Okay, so we just choose between those 2 as like our strike place?
Yes, one of them is filled with crazy dwarf cannibals, and the other one has ice mud that can heal you.
but has turned violent because nature is angry.
The druids are just dropping us off at the base of the mountain. We don't really know where either of those things are.
So maybe, you know what, maybe it's best that we don't let anyone else know where we're going.
All right, including ourselves.
But didn't he already?
Worked before.
I like that plan.
Yeah, because that way, it'll all be a surprise.
Didn't he already hear our
No.
2 options?
Did he?
Did he?
Did he?
Was it after he?
We don't know.
I don't
Did
know
he?
what else
Oh
he
my
heard.
god.
No, here's the thing. I don't know what he heard. I don't know how often he listens to us. I don't know any of that.
Man, how does it work? Does he have like several like lines open and he just like switches back
I
and
don't know.
forth?
Does he have to actively listen or is it like a
Yeah.
passive thing?
And like, how bored is this guy?
Right? I mean, that's the thing. Like, I mean, he's building an army and trying to take over the world. I can't imagine he's listening to us all the time.
Yeah, he's just trolling us.
In my opinion, the guards are generally bored and looking for things to do.
Yeah, but he's doing things. Like, he's got shit to do.
I'm personally thinking that an undead army of cannibalistic dwarves would be very appealing if I were starting an assault on a city like this, and I would be heading my city in that direction to raise a bunch of undead cannibalistic dwarves. It's kind of my vibe.
So you, Percy, you want to go burn them up?
I feel like that's where we're going to find them, and I think we're going to find them preoccupied.
But if we know that that's what he would do, then wouldn't he know that we would go to find him at what he would do?
You're assuming that he's going to do what he would expect us to think he would do in the first place.
Do we know what kind of creatures are in the icy veil?
Do we? Do we?
I mean, could there be ice giants there?
I mean, to not their credit, how do I say this? He has not seemingly given a fuck about what you are doing thus far. So I don't think it'll particularly matter. Like, I don't think he's doing all these mind games. It's interesting he introduced a problem of Vecna spying on them constantly and then gave them a solution, caveat being it has a 60-foot range and might cause interesting situations. I agree with that. I like the band of shrouds. Band of shrouding, is that it? Yeah. I like it in general. I like especially like the 60-foot range. It's not like he gave each of them a separate band that they all had to equip and then, they're individually guarded. It's essentially like a pass without a trace aura, in certain ways. And so it does mean that if any of them leave the aura, like go 60 feet away from Vex, that in theory at least, Vecna would be able to detect them. And you could really play with that in dungeon design quite a lot. The idea of like having to try to either split the party and then Vecna will know where you are and you'll potentially attract like the attention of guards or something to your last known location, or you have to try to do everything you need to do within the 60 foot of this aura. It's an interesting way to go about like almost a stealth challenge in a way. So I do like that. I like that it is. I like how it is designed. Like I think they needed something to keep them off of Vecna's radar for this to like make any sense. And I think this was like a good route to go down in doing so.
Vecna want ice giants?
We're like undead icy zombies.
Exactly. Also bad.
I mean, there's an entire ecosystem of very dangerous monstrosities that exist there, which means there are living and dead, and like an elephant graveyard of various aberrations and terrible creatures.
Shit.
Well, look, if there are undead cannibal dwarves or whatever in the crypts, don't we need like clerics to deal with them?
We have a cleric.
Let's take her.
Pike,
Yeah?
are you willing to leave the temple now?
I'm afraid for my people there, but I feel I can probably send myself with you like I have in the past.
It's kind of all or nothing, Pickle.
I feel bad abandoning everyone.
Guys, what are you doing? Guys, I know that we're like kind of obsessed with like accounting for Pike within the narrative, but at like a certain point, it's like, dude, just like let Matt ignore Pickle. I've said, I think, my piece on how I think they could have done. I could have, they could have done Pike differently, like how they could have managed her differently. But at this point, like you're doing what you're doing, like I don't know. It feels like almost strange to me to like force Matt to come up with an excuse for why Pike is not going to be there. Like, I guess I don't understand like what like Laura's and or Liam's like intentions are here. I don't know. They're buffing their side of the encounters. They want a cleric. Yeah. Like, and if that is like the underlying root here of like they literally just want more power and they are just like essentially asking Matt for more power, that I don't know. That feels like a little bit off to me. He just said I'll astral project her in when she can. Right. And that is like the other thing is like he kind of answered and then Liam is like, it's kind of all or nothing here, Pickle. And it's like, what? What do you mean? The DM just told you that it's not, right? Like the DM just like told you, hey, like I'll do the thing where if Ashley can be here, then she'll have an excuse to play. Like, we'll just set it up that way. And then they're like, no, we actually can't do it that way, Mr. GM. I don't know. Yeah. Like, I get it. If he astral projects, Vecna might just dispel it. If it's like an actual spell, but I don't think Pike's astral projection is like an actual spell. It's just like a Saren Ray power, because it's just an excuse to have Pike there when Ashley can play and to not have Pike there when Ashley can't play, right? Like, it doesn't need to abide by normal rules because it is like it's an excuse. It's like a meta construct to just make it reasonable for Pike to sometimes be there and not be there other times. Yeah, and it just feels like off to me to like press Matt about this. Yeah. Like, I do understand it in fiction, but it's just a very strange thing when you, like, know what's going on as the player. I don't know.
One that I've brought to the temple.
You aren't abandoning them.
You're shielding them.
I mean, you could always do, like, the astral projection-y thing, right?
That's what I was thinking of doing.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Well, but okay, but if you're astral projecting, I mean, aren't you like just like chilling in one room here, like not really communicating? Anyway.
Make a persuasion check. It's true. We're very
I don't know if
lucky.
it's for Pike or for the DM.
We have a bit of a
God dang it! Wait, let's
First
see.
blind spot.
Like, I'm trying to think of even like what I even think about this. It's strange. Like, they all know that like the whole projection thing is like it's an out of fiction thing. You know? Like, I don't know why the players are pressing this so hard. This almost reminds me, this is going to sound kind of weird. This reminds me of like how like Orion used to interact. Of like, cause someone made a good point of, you know, in fiction, if she astral projects, Vecna might just dispel it, or maybe she's more vulnerable or whatever. Like, sure, it's less like in fiction risky for Pike to just come with. But we all know what the astral projection is like there to solve, if that makes sense. And it's so, and it is them just like rejecting what that is. You know what I'm saying? Like they're just saying like, hey, I know that this is like an out of fiction thing, but either we're just going to make it harder on you because now Matt has to roleplay Pike. Like, either we just want to make it harder on you, Matt, or second option, we're worried that you're going to punish us for using the out of fiction, like, construct of like, there, like, you know what I'm saying? Because, like, in the situation where, like, they're worried about, like, Matt, like fucking with Pike or something while she's astral projecting, or Vecna fucking with the astral projection, in that universe, they're worrying that Matt's gonna be a dick. Because that's, like, a dick thing to do. To, like, set up this conceit for a player that can't always be at the table, and then to punish the players for utilizing said conceit. That would be a dick move, right? And so they're either like worried about Matt, you know, pulling a dick move, which I think is very Orion coded, or they are saying, we want to make this harder on you. We want to not use the conceit for kind of no reason. I don't know. I think they're just burning time so Vex can attune to whatever it is. She's already attuned. This is past that. She's attuned. Yeah. I think it's just a matter of we want her to actually be there and not caring about the table reasons. I mean, I think that's fair to say, like, they're just not caring about the table reasons, which is just like it's just weird behavior to me to, like, hear the DM say, like, hey, let's go with, like, the table, like, the thing that's, like, easier for the table, and the players just be like, nah. That's, I don't know. I feel like I don't normally see that in Critical Role. That's, like, not something I'm used to them doing. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. How far are we into the episode? 2 hours, 24 minutes, 11 seconds. They have just attuned to the ring that allows them to hide from Vecna, and they're discussing which of the 2 locations to go to and investigate, which that's like a whole separate thing of like these 2 locations. I think like the 2 locations themselves sound interesting. Like I complimented their design and description when Matt first presented them. But separate from that, at least they have an amount of like personality and depth to them to where there is an amount of logic that can be used to determine between these 2 things, right? Like Percy displays that with saying, hey, if I was in Vecna's shoes, I'd want to go to the undead cannibalistic dwarves. Like that sounds like the type of place I'd want to go to. So I think that's good. Like that's a good example of like you come to a fork in the road and there has to be a difference between the 2 options. That said, this is kind of a weird one to do it on for me, because there's not, or I don't even want to say it's weird. It's just not maybe that impactful, I suppose. Of like it's meant to be like a fork in the road in terms of the exploration. But if the exploration is them just like riding on Jamon's back and just being able to go over and check, hey, is Tharenfala there? And then if Tharenfala is not there, they can just go to the other one. I don't know that there's that much engagement, right? Like this question of where is Tharenfala, I think is somewhat interesting. Although I don't really know how it can, like, it feels like we're also just kind of ignoring Vax's ability to like sense where Vecna is, because that should just trivialize this. They should just be able to get close, and then Vax would be able to know which one is which. So I'm mostly like confused at this, not confused necessarily, but just kind of like I don't really get the placement of the plot beat. Like the idea of needing to find where Tharenfala is was maybe something we could have done before we gave Vax a Vecna radar, right? Now I'm kind of like, yeah, like why are we even bothering to have this like apparent choice? I don't know. Maybe there's something more to it that I'm just not seeing yet. Maybe there's something more to it that has yet to be revealed. We'll see. I'm holding out my opinion. But right now I don't really get it. So I don't know. Yeah. Maybe they just don't see that much of a difference and feel like the astral projection feels out of character for the story. You know what? And I would understand that after the first. I think that would be a reasonable thing for like the first question of being like, hey, Pickle, like come with. But once Matt says twice, hey, nah, I'll do the astral projection, like at that point, I don't know. It feels strange to me to not just like take the DM up on that. And like when your players are pushing you like that, I'm honestly, I wouldn't have thought to do it, but I think that making it a persuasion check is fair enough. And just set it to a 30 DC. You have control as the GM over these over the DCs here. And, you allow them to roll for it. And then, you can tell them no from a roll. Maybe that'll kind of get them to cool off, and then maybe you can talk to them about it afterward. It's definitely the thing it's something I would bring up after the session. If it were at my table, I'd be like, hey, why were you guys pushing me so much on that? That was kind of weird. I would just be like confused more than anything. I am mostly confused right now. I would just like want to ask the players about it, because they must have a reason. Like, they must have a rationale to be so insistent about it. Yeah, strange. That's risking the random nat 20 auto success Matt does. That's true. I kind of forgot about the fact that they do skill crits. Yeah. I don't know. Strange sequence. Man.
Roving blind spot here.
I don't know.
13.
13?
Oh no, but this can't be the only thing that determines if she's an astral projection or she comes with us.
My begging has to count as well.
Why do they care so much? Like, legitimately, I would just, like, want to ask Laura of, like, why do you care? Is it legitimately just that they want her there physically? Like, that is just, like, that just is important to them? Yeah, like, at this point, it might be like, stop the game time and ask. Obviously, they can't do that, as Theshel is saying. Like, they can't do that. It's live, whatever. Yeah, they definitely could just come ask over the table. We just want her there to be there because it's better for the story. Yeah, and I mean, I think that is the takeaway. Is like, at this point, they very clearly want it for some reason. I would just stop the table and be like, hey, what's going on here, guys? Like, what's the situation? What's going on? And if they're like, for the like aesthetics of us thinking about the scenes, we want Pike to be there. I think as the GM, I would just say, okay, that's fine, but just act as though she isn't there when you are like, if Ashley isn't here. Like, I would have to like gut check that with them. It was like, okay, I understand if you want Pike to be there, like physically, fleshly, okay, that's fine. But she's only getting like activate. Yeah, essentially, just don't make me RP her. Yeah, because that is it's not like a free trade, right? That is, when Ashley isn't there, they're just asking for additional power, essentially, if they're then also going to like ping off of Pike. And we've had a whole discussion about what I think about like Matt RPing Pike. I think he does an admirable job, but it's always going to be strange for a DM to roleplay one of the characters. I'm very happy because I know that this is the thing about C2 is that in C2 they get like a more robust way to handle Ashley's absences, and I'm very excited for that because it's been kind of annoying throughout the entire thing. I've understood, again, I understand why we're at where we're at with Pike, but it's certainly been, I think, a low light of C1. And I'm happy to hear that C2, or I'm happy to know, I guess I should say, that C2 handles it a little bit more robustly.
She destroyed a whole undead army being a laser light beam. Yeah. She's,
That's right, she
But will her,
yeah.
will everything work like normal if she's an astral projection?
Yes, it will. I'll tell you what.
Astral projection.
Well, and that's the question, right? I think that's the question of like, will everything work like normal if she's an astral projection? That's where this reminds me of Orion, because they've not gotten any evidence that everything doesn't work like normal if she's an astral projection. And that's probably something to clarify above the table. It's like, hey, it will all work like normal if she's an astral projection.
They're like, yeah. Will everything work like normal if she's an astral projection?
Yes, it will. I'll tell you what.
Astral projection.
I'll tell you what. You're so eager to bring Pike along when Ashley can't play. You guys want to Jaeger her? Because I don't want to.
We'll Jaeger her.
But there's also the thing, remember, we've talked about this. There's also the thing that if she dies while Ashley's not here, we're fucking assholes.
Yeah. And it's okay. So they have like talked about this. I don't remember them ever discussing that on screen. Yeah, now we're like totally. Now we just are having an above the table conversation. And you know, I will give them a little bit of grace. I'm sure that this conversation would be far less strange were it not live. Like, live puts a kind of a strange pressure on what I would almost call logistical or administrative conversations, right? Like, having these more like, yeah. And I don't think that any of them thought that this was coming. Like, when both of the sides have been saying their responses, I don't think they realized this was leading to this conversation. And I think both of them are like, we just want to be done. Like, we just want to exit this conversation because it's live and like we don't really want to be having logistical conversations live. But that sort of desire to be out of the conversation also puts like a weird pressure on it. This is tough. I kind of feel bad for him. Like, this is the sort of thing that I think would be way smoother were it not being filmed and live. Were it not being filmed, number one, and were it not live, I think this would go a lot smoother. I think we would have gotten a more not rational, what's the word? We would have had a more clear conversation and communication about it. I think this is only kind of going down the weird route because it's live. Feels very authentic to go above the table. I think they should. I am glad that they are kind of just going above the table. And like Matt saying like, hey, do you want to Jaeger her? Because I don't. Like, I think it is good at this point to go above the table. And Marisha's doing the same thing. Of like, hey, remember, guys, if we bring her along and she dies, we're the assholes. Like, I think it is good to go above at this point. So I'm glad that they did, even though it's live. I'm kind of surprised that they did, even though it's live. Or given that it is live. Yeah, I think it's good that they're showing the audience an over-the-table convo can happen and it's okay to do. I agree. I wish they would do it more often, frankly. Like, I think that there are many, many times where Critical Role could have had above-the-table conversations that they just don't. I was not expecting it here because they have those sorts of above-the-table conversations so infrequently that I just wasn't anticipating it. But I am glad that they are. Yeah. This is still a home game to them. This is what happens in a home game. I mean, yes and no. This is what should happen in a home game. I wasn't expecting them to do this because they normally don't in these sorts of situations. So, yeah. Yeah. They're still learning to have behind the scenes conversations behind the scenes. I think they I'm kind of, I think, coming at it from the opposite perspective of this is mostly strange to me because they almost never do this sort of thing. And I think that the pushing for it was like odd. And like that is the sort of thing that it's like, hey, either like have it behind the scenes or like if you're willing to have it at the table, go for it. I was just kind of assuming before that they were not open to that because they have so rarely shown a willingness to do that. So I just sort of was assuming this until basically just a few seconds ago in this that an at the table conversation was not on the table for them. So yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay, That's very true.
She won't die if she's just like a blah, 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 blah
But
thing.
if she's astral projection, can she still use like the champion's blessing that she got from Sarah and stuff?
We'll find out.
Motherfuck.
But we can always use.
Okay. And see, and that is the problem. That is the problem. Is like, as Matt, you can't say, hey, I don't want to role play her. We shouldn't bring her along physically. But then be like, maybe she will, or maybe she will be at full power. Maybe she won't. Like, who knows? That's, yeah. I just really wish that Pike had consistency. And again, I know that C2 handles it better, so I'm looking forward to that. But I think the big thing here is to like have the players be aware of what is going to happen if they leave Pike behind and she uses the astral projection. Like, the reason that they are asking, and you know, I was kind of blaming the players earlier. I was saying that they're very like Orion coded. They're not trusting that Matt won't be a dick here. But then Matt is saying things like this of like, oh, we'll see. And that is not like, that does not build trust and confidence, right? Like, I'm saying that they like, I was kind of blaming the players because they were assuming that Matt might fuck them for taking the option that he clearly wants them to take. And then when they say, hey, you're not gonna fuck us, right? He goes, I don't know. Maybe I will, maybe I won't. And it's like, dude, Matt, come on. You, like, that line right there makes me want to bring Pike physically. Like, now I'm kind of on their side. I'm kind of on their side now. I'm like, shit, they probably should bring Pike physically. If that's the answer, they shouldn't let just astral projector. Come on. Your job is to use this as a jumping off point for conversations about running a table. You're not the why, but imagine what Reddit looked like. Yeah, this is... Yeah. I can imagine what Reddit looked like. And it's really... It's really tough. It's really tough. I think, I do not envy their position of running this and needing to have logistical conversations either on air where everyone is going to give their 2 cents about them, or off air and then you're kind of afraid to have them on air because they don't normally happen on air. I think that's like a really tough challenge to balance. And I think like broadly I understand their perspective on just not having those sorts of above the table conversations on air. Like, I think it's honestly a fair way to run this actual play. Which is why, again, I kind of went into this just assuming that it was not going to happen. Because while it would be cool to have the logistical conversations on air and these sorts of things on air, it's also fair to acknowledge that you are going to draw a lot more negative critique and criticism that is largely uninformed, right? We don't know the back end of how they feel about Pike, why they want her there, what Ashley's schedule is like, how likely it even is that she's going to be able to attend in the coming weeks. Like, we are fundamentally uninformed and missing information about this. And so I understand them not wanting to have that conversation on air where everyone and their dog is going to comment on it. Yeah. I think what Matt's really saying is, I just realized how much I want you guys to Jaeger her. Maybe. Maybe, yeah. 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 Kind of forcing them to wait for Pike before they make any major moves. She'd quit Blind Spot if it actually stopped her from fighting Vecna. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah. It's... Yeah. All right. I'm moving out of Pike. Moving out of Pike territory. She's so weird. It's also like... Yeah. She's so weird and like fundamentally tied into what Critical Role is and like all of the ways that Critical Role is different than a normal home game that I also don't even think there's like really much to take away about how to handle your own home games when it comes to Pike. There's like some things here and there, but she is broadly so tied in to what makes Critical Role not a home game. Yeah.
Go, like, get her.
It's the best we can do. It's the best we can do.
Oh. The Dungeon Master will remember that.
All right, so what, the crypts or the silted veil?
One thing I can tell you about the crypts that you may not know. They're not man-made crypts. They're actually the inside of a fallen titan's body.
How do you know that?
I know things.
What?
It seems like a pretty godly place to go.
Oh, shit.
To make a statement.
Are you telling me we're gonna have to crawl into another monster's asshole? Is that what you're saying?
It's Friday.
And now we have 2 immovable rods.
I got weird. All right.
All right.
To the crypts.
To the crypts, I say, but are we druiding there and then flying on a dragon, or just flying on a dragon?
Pikes, well, I'll come with you, if that's okay.
Yeah.
If we're going to this, we need to do this together.
Yeah.
I trust the city guard. And if it gets real bad, you'll take us back, right, Keyleth?
What?
If it gets real bad, you'll take us back, right?
Yeah.
Then let's do it. And she puts her hand out towards Grog.
Fuck yeah, buddy!
It looks like most of the sanctum is now dissipating and heading out towards the front of the temple and going about some sort of structured exit to prepare for this assault.
Allura.
As she's standing by walking with Keymother in heated discussion with what looks to be the member of the paramours of the Quadrogues. She turns, Vaxenad, yes. It's good to see you.
It is so good to see you. We need advice, we need help. There you go. When we fought Vecna, he threw us around like rag dolls. He held us. He did whatever he wanted. Do you have any way, any suggestion for helping us avoid his grasp again? Because if it went the way it went the last time, we are fucked right out of the gate.
What do you perceive as the weaknesses you suffered in that previous battle?
What was that?
What do you perceive are the weaknesses that you suffered in the previous battle?
He was able to hold us magically.
Hey, Vox Machina. Tell me about all of your specific weaknesses that Vecna could exploit were you to fight again.
There are ways to make sure those bindings don't hold you still. There are magics that can prevent that. And if your enemy is as strong a magic user as I know, he will use distance to his advantage. So close that distance and make it your advantage. I know not quite what he's capable of.
Wait, say that again? He will use distance to his advantage. Close that distance and make it your advantage.
So close that distance and make it your advantage. I know not quite what he's capable of in his new ascended form, and that scares me. But strike quickly. Strike true. Everything you've got. Work together. Communicate. And anything you can do to allow yourself preparation. And the jump on this fray. Do it. That ring that Vord gave you. That'll be a boon enough.
That ring Ford gave you, that'll be boon enough. It's interesting. She asked for specifics and then gave them very generic advice of like, hey, close the distance, communicate. Like, hey, the ring that Vord gave you is going to protect you enough. Like, these are pieces of real advice, but they are also so non-specific. And like, I don't want to be the... I feel like I've been on the Allura might be evil train for so long that like identifying new points of evidence feels like I'm almost stretching because I've thought it for so long and there's been so little direct evidence. But like, if I was a mole, if Allura was part of the body of Vecna or whatever, the remnants, she got much more out of that conversation than Vox did. She got information about what Vox considers their explicit weak areas. She got to direct them, and like, she will now get to tell Vecna how they are planning to attack him, like the advice that she gave them, so that he can prepare even further for it. Like, yeah. To be fair, how do you give advice to Liam in this moment? Well, I think there's kind of two routes, right? The question, and one of them is characterizing Allura as like a magic user, which is, I think, what he started with. Like, hey, was there anything specific that was giving you trouble last time? And then to give specific advice regarding that thing. So like, okay, he held us. He held us with hold person. And if she doesn't know a way around that, maybe having her be like, I don't know, I'll look into it and I'll use sending to let you know if I find anything, right? Or if you know something off the top of your head that could help with that specific thing, then you give it if you feel like Allura would be willing to give it. Or you just say, like, as Allura, I don't know, man. Like, you just say, like, I have no advice to give you. We've never fought anything like this before. I don't know anything about Vecna. Like, if he's a powerful magic user, look into things that suppress magic. Look into spells like silence, or things like that. Think about somatic components. And I mean, she gave that kind of generalized advice of like, oh, he's going to want to keep distance, close the distance, use that to your advantage. But asking for the specifics and then giving the general advice is suspicious to me, frankly. Yeah. Yeah. So I don't know. It's also the sort of thing where like Matt might have been asking for details and then realized that he didn't have anything specific, and so then just opted to switch to more generic. But it's also weird that she was the one that ended Vecna's illusion. Like, said, hey, that's enough. Like, why'd you do that, Allura? Like, we had him. It's not like dispelling his illusion is stopping him from spying on us. That illusion, the only thing it does is give us information. And it wasn't even like he was asking us to believe that he knew things without any sort of evidence. He was just listing off all the things he knew. And then Allura stopped it. And I was asking during it, I was like, what's the point here? Like, is the point purely to intimidate Or is there some other larger goal? And by Allura dispelling the illusion early, he doesn't have to actually reveal what the goal is. He gets to make them worried, and he gets to... Like, if he had just stayed, and then he had just, like, left whenever he could, or whenever he just decided to, it would have been kind of like the Sprig incident, like the Sprig conversation, where it's like, okay, he was clearly just here to intimidate us. Like, he didn't want anything else. He is just trying to intimidate us. Don't fall for it. But by ending the conversation early, we don't know. There's like plausible deniability that he actually did want something else, and Allura stopped the illusion before he could ask for it. There's actually a level of mystery and unknown to whether or not Vecna was purely trying to intimidate them there, right? And that's a layer of mystery that actually makes the intimidation more effective, right? If we know that he has all of this information, but he's cut off before he has the chance to tell us what he's going to do with it, that is giving him more power. That is making his words more effective. And what was the trade-off? That you didn't have to listen to the mean man? Like, either Allura is on his side, like just straight up, or she got like very effectively rage baited. Like, like truly, the intimidation just like worked on her. I mean, I guess like the third option is that she was worried that he was going to reveal a loved one that she has that is a secret that like she doesn't want anyone to know about. That's like a secret third option where she just like wanted to shut him up so that he doesn't reveal her secret to the entire room. But there's been so little implication that Allura has any sort of secret like that I find that to be the least likely of the three options. Honestly, the most likely does to me seem like she possibly just got rage baited, which is that's a whole other topic. Or yeah, that she's like a fucking mole. I mean, she did like, you know, fucking show up right when Vox Machina showed up. Like, these people have apparently been meeting for a while. But Allura showed up right after Vox got there. The people that Vecna is supposedly spying on. Or not supposedly, but like Vecna is very actively spying on. And then Allura shows up right after they get there. I don't know. It's so strange because Allura just is really suspicious to me, like up and down. But every time I thought that her evil would be revealed, it's just not her. So I don't know. I don't know what's going on.
If you can catch him off guard, that might mean everything.
Thank you.
Do you know what kind of magic it is that keeps it from holding us? Just wondering. Like, you said they were clients, but I just want to make sure.
Certainly, there are a few in your midst that can utilize. There's so-called freedom of movement that can prevent being held paralyzed in that way. Yes?
That's good, that's good.
Yeah.
Okay, just making sure. Because I thought that was what it was. I just wanted to double check.
I completely understood.
Yeah.
Is that what freedom of movement does? I actually don't think so. Wait. Am I crazy? Does freedom of movement prevent being paralyzed? Oh, it does. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Nor cause the target to have paralyzed or restrained conditions. Okay, no, it does. It totally does. Interesting. I definitely thought for a moment, I was like, oh my god, is she just like actively feeding them incorrect information?
Well, shall
But
we
that
lay
is
then?
not the case.
We have to go now.
I'd like to come with you, but currently with everything going on, to be honest, if I'm not there amongst the council, it's going to tear itself apart. disguised as the people of Amana, threatening all sorts of insanity. I'm sure you've seen shades of it here in a city which has faith. I myself am not completely absolved of the dreams that haunt many others. I'll be doing what I can to pay attention, but do note that ring also prevents me from seeing in on you. And I have to look out for Iman. Me and my lady both. She turns over to Kima, who's currently in the process of getting an argument with a wyvern rider. Can you see going like, oh, come on, I can ride too! It's like, have you ever ridden a wyvern?
It would stop telekinesis because it restrains the target. Yeah. Huh.
No! But I haven't met a wyvern that I can't stare down. Wyvern rider turns around and kind of chuckles, and he gets tripped immediately onto his face. The crush of metal on the banks, and he spins over, and she kind of spins around and joins Alora's side and goes, you know, I never really liked this place. Bunch of pricks. Good to see you guys.
You as well. That Holy Avenger getting some action lately?
Dude, it's hilarious. The more I am exposed to Kima, the more I think Kima is not evil. The further and the longer I have seen them together, the less and less I think Kima's evil. Maybe Kima's undead. Did Kima have... Am I crazy, or did Kima have a sense of where the guy in the Emberhold was? Because I'm just thinking that, like, there's some parallels between... Like, obviously you can be undead and still be a paladin, because Vax is. I've made several comments about how weird it is to me that Allura was the one that hired Vox. And could this be a Silas Delilah situation? Allura raised Kima's body from a distance and then sent Vox to go and retrieve the body? Retrieve Kima, essentially? And Kima doesn't know? Because I kind of think that Kima's kind of innocent. Like, I've thought it for a while. It's obviously still fun to joke about Kima being the BBG. But I've thought Kima has been getting more and more innocent seeming as the campaign has gone on. But there are still, like, the weird things about when we met her and the scenario surrounding her and Kavarn and the Emberhold. Would that be explained by her being a revenant that was raised by Allura? And that was the deal. And just like Delilah made the deal to resurrect Silas, Allura made a deal to resurrect Kima? That's... I don't know. That's a theory. The only way to, like, to support or possibly not support would be to go back and see if Kima had an idea of where... I very vaguely remember Kima having a vague sense of where the king and the king of the Emberhold, the Dwagar guy was. But maybe I'm crazy. Maybe she just didn't and I'm just inventing that. That seems also very plausible. But if not. I don't know. There's something there. Or Allura's just tricking Kima. Or Kima's in on it. Who knows?
Nowhere near enough. That's okay. You come back, and you and me will have a tussle.
God, I love Kima so much. Awesome.
So don't be all doom and gloom, all right? It's a promise. Stay alive.
Stay alive.
She looks up and Allura looks down at her and kind of just rubs the top of her head for a second. Kima kind of pulls away. Come back safe, okay? Mm-hmm. I'll hold you to that. You see there's like a moment of her kind of... And she just spins around, not wanting to show any sort of weakness of emotion. Allura looks back and watches her turn away and goes, You'll make it through this. I've seen you do great things.
We'll try.
And you'll succeed. You have to. You have many at your back. Look, and she puts her hand out, you can see now there's what looks to be at least over 100 wyvern riders, all scattered amongst the various mountain outcroppings that are all getting on top of their great winged beasts that are fully armored with wyvern barding and
Man, it's so crazy that, in a way, Tiberius got what he wanted. In a way, we kind of do have the Draconian Knights coming to ride with us into this next big bad evil guy.
armor. They're taking off in clusters and circling.
Wow, they're so cool.
They're going to make sure that you have the opportunity you have to put those to good use. And she glances off to the side of your pouch, closed as it is. Come back. And she turns around to go and join Kima.
Give Gilmore a hug for us, will you?
She stops and turns. I'll do that. I owe him a visit anyway.
And if he has any trinkets that lend freedom of movement.
I'll ask.
Tell him to say hi.
I will, and I'm sure he does as well. Take care. Be safe. Come back. She turns and walks away.
Did you see that?
See what?
They think we're gonna die.
They're right.
Safe bet.
I feel pretty encouraged.
Yeah?
I don't know why.
Well, I'm glad. So, what exactly is our plan? Is it to try and keep Vecna from gaining more forces, or are we trying to cut off Vecna and his forces?
I think they're taking care of the forces, we're taking care of the god.
They're the distraction.
Then why go through the crypt?
We think that's where they're headed.
But are we trying to take out potential additional force?
That would be my fault.
Yeah.
That's where I would go.
See, this is kind of the question of, like, why go to the crypt? Like, they have a Vecna tracking radar. That's why I'm like, in general, I don't mind the two options of locales here. Like, I think that the locales themselves sound interesting. And it is, like, a baseline of a lot of exploration-focused challenges and stuff. But in this specific scenario where they have an active tracker on Vecna, it feels kind of like, well, why don't we just, if we have a dragon, why don't we just go wherever Vax tells us to go? You know? It almost just doesn't even really feel like a conversation. But the thing I want to highlight is that by presenting it in the way that Matt has, like by presenting it, the players assume that they need to engage with it, right? Like the mere act of existing within the narrative itself attracts action and interaction. Now, it doesn't guarantee it. Players will often skip over things that are presented directly to them, don't get me wrong. But it's a bit of a question mark to me on like why this is like where Matt would spend his prep time. Especially depending on, how into it you want to get. He either had to prep out both of these places, or he had to not prep out both of them and see which one they target first, and then prep that place out in between the sessions. So you're either like doubling the work that you need to do as the GM, or constricting how far in the plot they can get before we need to go to the next session. And you are also restricting your prep time by saying, hey, because I don't know which way they're going, and I'm not going to prep it ahead of time, I only have this week to prep. If you have real life stuff that comes up, that could be a big problem. So I don't think there's anything like in the story particularly wrong with this, especially because most people aren't aware of the radar. But I also think presenting it in this way is kind of restricting you as the GM in a pretty unnecessary way. For I think very little gain within the story. So it's just kind of a strange choice to me, I suppose. I think a Druid of Vasselhiem is going to teleport them closer to one of the two locations, and those two locations are in the same direction. Yeah, I mean, maybe. With the distances that have been stated about Exandria and the distances therein, like, if they have a dragon, that's just not really, like, a necessary thing for them. Like, dragons can fly fast enough that and the world of Exandria is small enough that travel times aren't really a concern. So but I guess because the only like downside to that, like say they pick and they pick wrong. They pick the one that is not correct. Now they just have to fly to the correct one anyways, because they'll immediately know which one is correct and not correct because they have the Vecna radar, right? They have the Vasselhiem radar. So I think like the potential benefit of like, oh, maybe the druids will teleport us closer or further from one of the two. There's something to that, I guess. But I don't know. It seems unless maybe the what they need to do is figure out which one Thar Amphala is at so that they can direct the armies there. Maybe that's like the thought process. But I would need to have a better understanding of like what the armies are even like meant to be doing. And if that's the case, then there's a whole, like, I guess, scouting conceit that we're building of, like, okay, they need to figure out where they are and then communicate that back to the army. That could be kind of interesting. I'm not really getting that from this, but I guess we'll see if that's what ends up happening, and maybe I'll discuss it more then if that is what ended up happening, is that it's supposed to be this kind of scouting conceit of they go and figure out where Thar Amphala is and then communicate that back. If that's the case, we'll talk about that more then. Because I kind of don't think it is. But unless that's the situation, I'm not seeing a lot of benefit, and I'm seeing mostly detriment. Yeah. The Vecna compass, the magic god compass made specifically to find Vecna. That compass doesn't use the compass. Yeah.
Is that not what other people are doing?
I think that the surprise that he's expecting to bring to the city, possibly now, especially with the information that you brought, is that he would try and raise this creature and use it against the city.
So he's basically wanting to raise a giant zombie titan full of zombie cannibal dwarves, and then he'll just like poo them out.
It's like
to fight other people.
Somehow you make that less threatening. I'm not sure how you do that.
You know what it's like? It's like when you take a duck, and you put it inside a chicken. You put the chicken inside of a pork.
Well, let's get going before he starts raising this thing. Come on.
It's a ducking of the damned.
Are we relying on Grog to stab these tremels through Vecna?
Or do we each need to deliver the one? What?
If we can get all three in one swift movement, once we've weakened.
It takes 3 separate attacks, I'm assuming, right? Or would it be like attack?
Oh, you gather, you can't...
So much sass.
You gather by the nature of their enchantment and the sides, and with you can't just like cluster them together like darts and jam them into the board at once.
Yeah. Okay. But it would be like one of those situations where you would have to attack and then draw another one and then attack, right? If like
That's possible.
Or three of us could each have one.
That's right.
Right.
Big.
Well, he mentioned
What do you mean it's possible? Matt, we're asking about the physical properties of the trammel. Ah. Look. Matt has stated during interviews that, like, when in doubt, DMs should say nothing. I agree with that. I think that is like good baseline advice. But when they are asking about the mechanics of how your custom magic item, which they currently have in their possession, works, those are the moments where you can just give them the information, you know?
it has to be Vecna has to be severely damaged
before we even do that.
There has to
Soften
be
the meat,
there have to be
you gotta
breaks
tenderize them.
in the avatar form for them to pierce.
Okay.
What?
Okay.
Like there have to be breaks, wounds,
Right.
visible cracks in the veneer of the avatar for the actual trammels to pierce.
And
So does that just mean he can't be at full health? Like, what does that mean?
We're talking about doing.
I mean, we know that the weaker the entity is, the more like it like lowers the DC is like based on the remaining health, I believe. Huh.
Hey, DM, logistical question.
Yes.
How many days does it take me to make a fourth level spell scroll? 4th level. How many days?
Say it a couple more times.
4th level spell scroll.
That's going to be quite a while. That's like weeks.
Weeks?
That's a downtime activity.
has that
I
kind of
thought
time?
our whole deal was we're about to go do a surprise attack. We have to go.
We do.
now.
We do.
Right?
We're saying we don't have time to make a scroll.
also,
Allura also just said, like, yo, maybe plan a little.
also, DM, did we get told for the trammels, for these harpoons, that they need to be wielded by the person associated to their gods, or can Grog chuck them all?
From what you understand, there was no specification to that. It was more the fusing of the divine energy within the trammel's creation grants it the power. The means of delivering it doesn't seem to be as important.
But it is a melee weapon.
I mean, it's javelin-like,
like a
so it could be thrown, but, you know.
Could be.
We didn't make them to be aerodynamic, did we?
They're similar by nature. Once again, you can certainly try.
I'm gonna pass the Paylor trammel back to
Oh, if
you.
I had the time. Oh, damn it.
I have freedom of movement, but I have 3 4th level spells. I mean, I can start burning into my 5th level spells as well, but it lasts for an hour, so I was just trying to figure out if there's a way.
Pike says, I can also do it.
Oh, so yeah.
And it's not concentration, right? So you can
It's not
also cast
concentration,
Death
no.
Ward.
It lasts for an hour.
We'll wait till we're a little closer to this.
Yeah.
And
It
Death Ward
lasts
lasts for 8 hours?
Which, Death Ward? Yes. They're both 4th level though, so we have to.
These words are like all great and everything, but it's not going to change. That we're going to have to make it up when we get there. So why don't we just go ahead and fight this?
Let's go.
All right.
As you begin to descend down the stairs on the outskirts of the mountainside, you can see the Wyvern Riders have now gathered into 2 large units, and the distant shrieks of Wyvern calls kind of begin to echo through the mountain range. They all begin to swoop towards the abundant terrace. You guys follow suit?
Sure.
Yeah.
All right. As you make your way to the abundant terrace on the outskirts of the Birth Heart, there are the orchards, the large clusters of trees that you have traveled to and from before when traveling to and from Vasselhiem at Keelan's behest. And there you can see a number of the high priest druids of Melora have all gathered around the high Hierophant, and they're preparing means of transport for all the troops, wyverns included, to those who are going to make it as part of this initial frontline assault. As you guys approach and watch, you see as other generals and such begin to gather their army units, they begin to discuss orders, and a number of them in the middle of this refer over to you guys. And you can see there's definitely direction being given in regards to you guys. Someone wants to stop their alarm?
Okay, this is gonna be weird.
Is it yours?
Is it you?
Oh, there's an actual alarm on the stage?
Oh my god, there is!
When it turned 12 midnight, the alarm clock went off.
It's not flashing. That's important.
5 minutes.
He just hit snooze, you guys.
Yeah. 5 more minutes, Raven Mom. 5 more minutes.
It was all a dream.
As you approach, Othira steps up. It would be my honor to grant you passage to the base of the mountain range. I believe your other companion is approaching soon as well. And she looks over past her shoulders, you glance, and you see Jamon Saor approaching, within their arms, a small leather chest, a container of some kind. Jamon steps up and places it before you and pulls it back, kind of backs away with a brandishing presentation.
What is it?
May these potions keep you healthy. So, within here, there are 8 superior healing potions.
Okay.
Oh, we're really in for a fucking fight, huh? When the game gives you 8 superiors.
So everybody take 1 superior, right? That's one for
Everybody
each of
gets
us?
one.
And there's 1 extra.
Yeah.
Oh, they are so fucking badass.
All right.
Everybody gets 1 and there's 1 extra?
Yep. This is 8, and you guys have 7 in your party.
I'm gonna mark down that Pike has 1.
Yes.
Okay.
And who's made of the most glass? Who's going to get hit the most? It's going to be
Scanlan is important.
Scannon's super important.
Scanlan should have.
gets 2.
Guys, I'm fine.
Yeah, no, I know, you're very fine and you're very capable.
And also, karma is a thing, and I just really want to sort of balance the scales. So
Why would you feel any pressure that way? I mean,
we've got a long road of history, you and I.
we're best buds.
Best buds.
You know, on one hand, just giving them a bunch of health potions could be seen as rewarding the connections and affiliations that they've made, because like the armies that their connections are going to be managing, you know, are probably not going to be very relevant. They're not going to be displayed. They are just going to be off screen doing their thing that enables Vox to do their thing. And so on one hand, giving them just like 8 random potions can be a more tangible representation of rewarding the fact that you have these like allies and connections. That said, I don't know. It feels a little, it feels kind of like what Travis said of like, hey, there's, you know, it's a, when the game gives you 8 potions, you know you're in for a ride. Like, it makes it feel like a game. Like, you know, maybe to an extent, they've earned this stuff through their like allies and their relationship building, but how much have they really built these relationships? Like, how much have they really built a relationship with Jamansa Ord? Like, I'd say barely. You know, they made like a deal with him. They proved themselves to him. And to some extent, you know, they would want to dump as many resources into Vox as they can to try and ensure success. Like, I get that, but I don't quite know that it feels earned. Like, at least directly. It feels like they're more just like kind of getting it because the upcoming fight is going to be difficult. And that, I think, is not de-investing, but it takes me out of it. It reminds me that we're in a game, just like it, I think, reminded Travis that we're in a game. So I don't know. I'm also, I think, not as into these types of consumables, like especially like health potions. I think they're the least interesting consumable you could give them. It's, you know, not to say they're not useful, but I think they're the least interesting. So even if they didn't deserve it, right? Even if it just continued to not feel earned, but you just wanted them to have some tools for the upcoming fight that are kind of abnormal, I kind of think the Trammels already cover that, but, you know, I guess even separately, I think it would be more interesting to give them potions that do things besides just healing, or even some spell scrolls that do some stuff other than healing. I don't know. It's very, and I think the fact that it is also 8 superior healing and nothing else doesn't even to me feel like it could represent them trying to like scrounge together resources, right? If they said, oh, every person at that meeting, like every head honcho tried to like find something to aid you, and then we had this sort of eclectic collection of potions that do different stuff and spell scrolls and whatever, that could, I think, at least have reminded us that they're not just getting this because they've earned it, but these are all of the different factions that have stake in this trying to participate, right? When I look at, the stone skin potion, I'll remember Earthbreaker Groon. Like, I'll think of Earthbreaker Groon. When I look at the superior healing potion, there's nothing to differentiate it from the other superior healing potion. Again, it's still useful. It's just very uninteresting. Would become if maybe each of the gods' representatives produced a potion or scroll relating to their domain. Exactly. That sort of thing. I think that would have been, at the very least, more interesting. Yeah. Imagine if Vecna's house had a potion dispelling aura. Lol. It would be, be cool. Yeah. It could also be a way to quickly give something useful to the party, because having to give 8 different potions is longer in the moment rather than saying 8 healing potions. It's true. Like, this certainly accomplishes a goal of just giving a bunch of useful stuff to the party very quickly. I just don't know that, like, there's not anything interesting about that, and it takes me out of it a little bit. It reminds me that we're in a game, So I think it was just a way to give them a bunch of useful stuff very quickly, but it doesn't feel particularly earned, and the stuff that they're given isn't particularly interesting. Sure, it would have taken more time but to like parse out who gets what if all of the potions were unique, but that could have been interesting planning time. At least in my view, it would have been more interesting than the planning time we've gotten so far. Yeah, I don't know. I love that you always try to land on what if you did this instead, because I really wasn't feeling this criticism until you said, what if it was a random assortment of potions, as if they were scrounged up by their friends. Yeah, I think that it's something I don't always do well. But I like to, if I'm critiquing something, I like to try and present like what I would do instead, because I do think that's like the way to maybe structure or to help folks understand the critique a little bit more. At least it helps me understand it a little bit more, even in my own head. I'm not always good about it though. I've definitely, after some like discussions or debates, I'll get off stream sometimes and I'll be like, I don't think I structured that quite right. And a lot of times those get brought back up at the beginning of next stream. But yeah, I think it's important. But yeah, I don't know. It's all planning. Planning's hard. So I don't want to be like too critical of Matt here, because this is like maybe the hardest section, I think, of like preparing for the final assault. I think is one of the trickiest sections of this kind of plot, because we now have basically all of our ducks in a row. All of the challenges that have been set up and presented earlier in the plot are kind of all addressed and dealt with, or, specifically not dealt with in some cases. And now we have to either get them into the final conflict very quickly, but also in like a way that feels justified, or we have to introduce new challenges and new complexities that have to be engaged like from the ground up for the first time right now, right before the big final conflict. And so you have to be very careful not to have them spend too much off time, like get totally distracted by the introduction of further complexity. But you also can't have it be something that they just breeze through too quickly. It's a really tough balancing act. When you haven't, when a core part of the story hasn't been, oh, how do we get to Vecna, right? Something that is like a core part of, say, Lord of the Rings is, how do we get to Mount Doom, right? There is kind of, there's a natural buildup. That sort of story and that sort of plot line doesn't really have what we're talking about, because the entire time they are just progressing towards Mount Doom, and as they enter areas and exit areas, that enters and exits the obstacles or the points of interest that might hamper their journey. In this scenario, where access to Vecna is not one of the stated issues. In fact, they have a compass that leads them directly towards him. They have teleportation. They have wyverns that they can ride on. They have a dragon that they can ride on. They can turn into farts and just fly along in the clouds, right? Access to Vecna is not a pre-established issue. And so that makes this section, and I'm not even saying that Matt should have made it an issue, by the way. I'm not saying that that's like an integral thing that is missing from this story. Not at all. It's more just that without access being an issue, it makes this part right now really difficult. I think it really raises the difficulty of running this in an engaging and interesting way. Yeah. Having different potions would also up the potential complexity for the players in planning their strategy of attack. That, to me, is more of a feature than a bug. I think the last fight should be difficult and complex. I really like the trammels for what they do there. In fact, like, you know, if we're talking about like what I would probably do, I probably just wouldn't give them anything. If we're talking about what I would do. But like, assuming that you want to give them something, then I go down the kind of unique potions route. But I probably just wouldn't give them anything and focus more on making access a bit of a challenge or a bit of a struggle. Rather than just piling more onto the final fight. Yeah. Not saying I disagree with the point, just trying to think around it in general. No, fair. Yeah. Because a random assortment of stuff with this group feels like they would get stuck into an hour-long theory session of why they got this potion. Yeah. I mean, that is certainly a risk towards that higher complexity donation. And I frankly don't think that giving them either option, the 8 healing potions or 8 random potions, I don't think either of them are going to feel particularly earned in this scenario. And that would be my first focus, is trying to make things feel earned. And if they don't feel earned, just not including them and trying to get through things faster. Because Matt is in full control over Vecna's stat block. Like, if they need 8 healing potions, it is because Matt made them need 8 healing potions, right? So it's not like they need this extra juice. And in fact, arguably, they shouldn't get any further assistance. Like, this arc is kind of fundamentally about how quickly can they gather resources for the final fight, trammels included, while they have this ticking clock in the background of Vecna's ascension. So to just kind of hand them 8 potions, I'm kind of not into at a baseline level. But if you are going to do that, I think I'd opt for the more complex route, even if it extends the planning, because I think that I think a longer planning session ahead of the final fight is more forgivable than it is in before a lot of other fights, if that makes sense. Yeah. The lead up to the end fight is hard to make feel impactful. It is. It's very difficult. It's very, very difficult, especially if the final confrontation is like fundamentally a fight. Yeah, I was using Lord of the Rings as an example earlier, and Lord of the Rings is all about just them getting to Mount Doom. That's it. It is just get to Mordor. And once they do it, they just throw the ring in and they're done. But the lead up to a fight is really tricky because you want to lead up to it with things that are kind of not fights, but that are challenging separately, which is it's a tough needle to thread, especially when you have a very explicit big bad evil guy, right? There's not a lot of diplomacy. There's not a lot of social pillar that you can put between here and there. This is a big, honking, bad evil guy. There's not a lot of talking, I think, that's going to help them out here. So if you don't want it to be a bunch of fights beforehand, then you have to dive into exploration, which, is the pillar that D&D is going to help you out with the least. And I think we even have some evidence of Matt trying to go after that exploration pillar side of things with these two separate locales, but I don't know that they that he particularly landed that plane. This feels like Matt just giving them the healing potions because the players always ask, and they are on a time crunch and can't afford a full shopping session. Debatably, that should be on them. Like, if they're on a time crunch, and if we're talking about the characters, not the players, if the players are on a time crunch, like if they need to get this plot done in a certain amount of sessions, then I think you're actually just correct. But if we're talking about the characters, like, that should be part of the point, right? If they choose to have a shopping session, if they choose to waste their time on that, like, that's the point of the timers, is to give them that decision-making authority and responsibility, in a lot of ways. And so, I would kind of say that it's on them to balance that. Now, I also understand, if it's a live show, maybe you're looking at that a little bit differently, or not even a live show, but with it being an actual play, maybe you're looking at that a little bit differently. But I think for the home tables, like, that should be the concern: is, are you going to spend time going shopping? And frankly, is shopping even feasible, right? Like, are shops open right now in Vasselhiem? Like, is shopping possible? I think there are active questions to that. So I don't know.
Best Buds met at Big Apple Anime Fest in New York City all those years ago.
All right.
Oh, that's fair. Pass, Sean.
Or I'll take two.
Yeah. Okay.
In Marquesian, I say thank you, Jamon Solo.
Be pleased.
We are. Very.
Also, if you don't like the meat man, I can make him go away.
Your business has not encroached upon the order that we maintain yet. You'd know if it did.
They know. They know.
The smoldering pupils that they contain within their darkened eyes just stare back at you with a curling smile.
Thank you. Let's go. We gotta get through this this druidy thing, right?
Yeah.
Ophira backs up and, putting her staff to one side, kind of makes a large oval shape with her fingers as she mutters beneath her breath. You watch as one of the heavy, thick trunks of the nearest tree begins to just tear and crack and pull inward. And there you see, in a similar fashion, Akela's casting, though a little more visceral, an opening reveals itself, and the doorway is open, and she goes, "Quick, now!"
Ooh, I like your technique.
You all rush through, one after another, being flanked at the end by Jamon. And as you all approach the opposite side of this portal, you emerge in a somewhat crowded forest of what looks to be like pine trees. Immediately, the northern air is colder, and you see drifting bits of snow fall softly coming through bits of the tree line above you. You turn around just in time to see the doorway close, and in the distance you see other doorways opening around you in different trees. And you watch as dozens upon dozens of wyvern riders and armored soldiers begin to emerge, one cluster after the next.
Fucking druids are badass.
Let's do this. You glance up and you can briefly see what looks to be the top northern crest of where the Zenwick Mountain Pass is. Just past the canopy of the forest ring, because you're sent to the base, of very slim base of the Zenwick Mountains. You're within a forest. What do you want to do?
What does my vector tell me?
Interestingly enough, southeast of where you are.
Shit.
Oh, mother.
How close? How close?
He overshot.
I'd say it's probably close to about 4 miles from where you are right
Oh shit.
Dude, 4 miles. I mean, it's like you could. That's like a light jog. I mean, I guess it depends on how quickly it's moving away, but it's just not that far.
It's slowly moving away.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
I guess wrong.
4 miles.
Did we guess wrong?
Where
We don't know where this shit is.
do we know where these things are? Where
They're both northwest of where you are in the mountain range.
He's past them.
Passed over.
He's passed over, it seems.
Fuck.
What do we do?
So wait,
If we get a little bit closer, I can.
I think they all reacted about how close it was. Oh, that was like a positive. Like, oh, it's only 4 miles away. Okay, I thought they were saying like, oh my god, 4 miles is so far. That would make more sense if they're like, oh, okay, pretty close.
I can do a commune with nature spell and try and figure out some stuff. That's all I got. I can scry.
I mean, if he's already passed by the crypts, is there any reason to go there? I don't understand.
What direction is Vasselhiem from us now?
Southeast.
South.
The way they're heading.
Anybody else think we should fucking hop on a big ass brass dragon and try and catch him before he gets there? What are we gonna do here? There's nothing to do
He
here.
wants to go fight Vecna right now.
Either that or he just goes and sacks the city and we're like, what does this tree tell me about this?
Like, yeah, like, what do you mean? What else are you doing? That's what we're doing here, yeah. Agreed, Travis.
I mean, quickly, please, someone come up with an argument
Just to
that
be sure,
counteracts that.
we should scry on the Dwarven City if we can, really quickly.
How? We don't know much about it.
Do we know enough to scry?
I can scry on Lady Briarwood.
Do it. Do it right now.
Yeah, I bet she's with him.
Deep dive.
Or
now.
she's
All
not.
right. Or she's not, and she's a
We'll learn
bitch.
something.
Are you zoning in on the city? Or are you zoning in on Vecna?
I only
We know
know
what
that.
that is. We just need to see what
Okay,
they
cool. All right, scrying on Briarwood. Oh, she rolled.
She rolls to make a saving throw. Spell DC is?
21.
And I said,
That is a 22. Sorry. As you try and focus, the incantation completes, and as your vision begins to extend, it's blocked by darkness and sent back into your form, and you realize the scry has failed. The will is too strong.
Can you scry on that Death Knight guy that was next to her before?
Did he? Is he still with her though?
We didn't kill him. We did not kill him. We did not kill him. We did not hit him. We did not.
Oh, hi, Vecna.
Oh, hi, Vex. Yeah.
Oh, hi, Mark.
All right. I'll scry on
hi, Vex, Mark.
undead douchey.
Oh wow.
As your vision extends from you, it races through the darkness. You see dark clouds ahead, and as it fires down, you look instantly within, it looks to be the streets of Tharenfala. You see the cobblestone roads, now cracked and broken. You see buildings appear to have sustained some sort of structural damage. You see roofs are partially collapsed. You're walking down the street, strolling with a number of undead soldiers at its back, the Black Knight you battled before. As it struts through, you watch as the towers and buildings kind of shake,
What?
Oh,
and then
no.
shake again.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
And then your vision returns.
Oh, shit.
It was just shaking as we went. What? Oh, is it like on the back of some sort of like giant turtle or something? Oh no. what
We
is
should
it?
stop that from happening.
Let's go. Let's
Yeah,
go attack it.
we're super lucky and it's just a turtle.
Like, what are we doing here? Why? Just go to it. Just go to it. What are we doing? What? I actually don't understand.
Oh, look at this.
It was so cute.
Then there is no time to waste. You watch as Jamansa Ord's form shifts, and giant brass wings extend in a flash of
Sick.
reddish-orange energy. The nearby trees bend and break with the sheer force of the dragon's magnitude,
Awesome.
their form expanding to fill the recent vicinity of the forest. And with a large, guttural roar, you see before you the brass dragon.
I guess I should get on.
Shotgun.
Hey, Keyleth,
Yeah,
while
yeah.
we're flying through the air,
Uh-huh.
is it possible for you to give us a nice, inspiring speech?
Oh.
it's all right. It's just our small group here. No one's watching. You know us.
Yeah. Yeah. Man, inspiring speech.
Is
So
it
we're on a
time?
brass dragon?
You can do it while you're all climbed on the back.
Yeah.
They're waiting patiently for you all to jump onto the back of the dragon form.
On the
If you
back
need
of
a
the
second
dragon.
to think about it, it's okay. We can start off first and then come back to you.
Wait, what?
You need a second to compose yourself?
You know, Scanlan. It's funny you should mention that because I do need a second. I have to think about my words deeply and a long time, and even still they come out wrong. And you're so witty and quick, and you can come up with things like speeches and songs on the fly in front of thousands of people way quicker than I can. It is not my strength, but I do know my strength. And I know each of your strengths. But not as well of each of you know your strengths as well as you do. So,
Sing it, sister.
what I'm saying is, you should believe in yourselves. The way that I believe in you, Scanlan, and the way that you believe in everyone else, Scanlan. Because you're all strong and unique. And we're probably gonna die.
Yep.
Oh, okay, let's fly ahoy.
With a slow... With the slow, metallic crinkling sound of brass dragon scales curling, the large head of Jaman Saord's dragon form spins around to look you dead in the face, Keyleth. The same dark eyes with the smoldering, burning cores for pupils. The mouth opens, and you can smell immediately the breath that has a very earthy, singed, kind of burnt wood scent to it.
Ooh, cedar.
And the voice goes forth. Very good, Keyleth. I found that quite inspiring. And with that, you guys can all take your 18 temporary points from the inspiring gift.
18
temporary points?
And with that note, with one large push of their strong dragon wings, Jaman Saord raises beyond the tree line up into the sky above, where you can see the clusters of wyvern riders have now also gathered to survey the territory. The first thing you notice, the southward wall, the tall rocky landscape surrounding the fields of ice-dusted grasses that fill this pass. You can see the mountain range seems to have suffered an immense amount of damage. A gargantuan fresh rock slide nearly a mile wide, now resting at the base of a northern mountain. You can see actually swallowing and burying some of the forest land. And as you glance southward into the Todas Pass, you can see what appear to be mammoth holes in the ground, large craters of broken dirt and rock forced into dunes of mud and shale surrounding their outsides. The scars, pockmarks 200 feet across, carved into the terrain. I'd like everyone to make an intelligence check, please.
We're making a what? An intelligence?
Can I do a nature check?
Sure.
Yeah?
Vexelia?
Is this an intelligence?
Yes, your intelligence modifier.
21.
21, good. Vax.
Oh man, 8.
Keyleth?
I'm doing a nature check.
Right, to find out.
If it looks like a path has been bored through in a straight line, like they're just going through for 24.
24, what you can tell from a nature check is that these are not natural formations in the ground. These are like blunt... This is blunt trauma to the ground that has caused these large craters in
Does
the
it look
ground.
like a walking path, like a very large walking path?
A big thing.
Percival?
Natural 20 with for 25.
19 total.
Okay. Percival.
Yeah.
And Keyleth. And Persalia. Not you, Grog, sorry.
Tools!
You do notice, upon immediate view, that the patterns are, or these large holes, these craters are a pattern. Staggered about every 350, 400 feet. And they do almost present the gait of a walking creature.
Hey, you got that big fucking turtle you wanted!
It's the Stay Puft
The
Mark.
final miniature is just Matt.
It has been foreseen.
Do we
I'm
see?
working on my costume.
Do we see anything in the air? Any kind of like any of those shadow creatures in the air? Or is it just our wyvern
Make a
riders?
perception check. How big? Oh,
Hey!
okay. As you lift up to survey more territory, you manage to get a brief view over the edge of that mountain range. You do not see any of the gloomstalkers that you had previously faced in your Thanamphala. None in the vicinity. It was only the wyvern riders and a few errant birds that normally take to the skies that are keeping wide berth from your sudden emerging army that has joined you in the skies. But you glance over this mountain range and you look about 2 or 3 miles northward. You can see the same path of destruction that is torn through these mountain ranges in what appears to be a sinkhole, hundreds and hundreds of feet across that disappears in the darkness.
How big?
Go ahead.
Is the sinkhole in the direction of the city that's moving right now?
No, it's in the direction you guys are planning to travel.
Oh, maybe that's where they ripped the thing out.
That's where it came out.
Yeah.
So these, how big are these footprints approximately?
The footprints, each one is...
That's the fucking. It's the Titan.
It's about
the Titan full of
it's the
dwarf
Titan.
bodies.
Yeah.
I just realized that.
It's all like it is, yeah.
And his name is Larkin.
I thought like it was just a really big
So, yes, each one of these craters is roughly 150 or so feet across.
Oh, his feet are 100 feet across?
150 to 200 feet across, yeah.
Keyleth, how big would a creature be if it had footprints approximately 150 to 200 feet across?
At least 100 feet big?
I feel like that's a
Probably
nature-
bigger?
Well,
Probably
that's
bigger?
a
Even
nature check.
bigger?
Can I do a nature check to find out how fucking big this guy is?
Sure.
Yeah.
It's about there.
Let's do this lucky one.
I mean, you could do a nature check, or you could just like, I mean, they're in the air right now. Unless this thing is behind a mountain, which I don't understand how it could be, they would be able to see it. It's 4 miles away. Like, what are we doing here? I think that Matt, I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm into the walking city. But this like exploration sequence, which is like what this is at least modeling, I'm kind of just like rolling my eyes a little bit and be like, hey man, maybe just like fly a little higher and you'll be able to actively see all of the things that you're like looking for evidence of. Like, what does any of this matter? I think it's a strange scenario here of like, I really do think like all of this has the markers of Matt trying to make a more complex exploration sequence, right? Like trying to make the process of accessing Vecna more interesting. But I do think there is like a just kind of a fundamental problem of they have so much ability to access. Like they got teleported already. Now they have a dragon. Like they just have full freedom of movement in the abstract, not in the specific of the spell. Like there just is there are no blockers. The reason that you need to analyze footprints or look at terrain, look at path markers, right? Look for like tree rubbing or something. Like the reason you need to look for all of those things when doing a normal exploration sequence is in order to track the thing, or in order to learn about what the thing is, in order to figure out where it is, right? Or if part of the mystery is just like what is this thing? Like maybe it's a werewolf story and you're trying to like figure out what is the thing that is taking the livestock at night, and you're analyzing the footprint and you're like, this can't be a normal wolf, whatever. But when you have an active like real-time location tracking on that thing, and when that thing is hundreds of feet tall, and it is boring a path through the mountains, none of this is needed. None of this is needed. And I'm not even like fully like rolling my eyes at Matt here. This is also the players. In fact, I would say this is mostly the players. Of like, guys, just go to it. It's like Travis said earlier of like, hey, like, what are we doing? Like looking at what does the tree tell us? Like, just fly over to it. It's 4 miles away. Like you can just get there. You don't need to go through like a tracking rigmarole. And like, you know, I think Matt probably just pictured 4 miles as being like further than it is. I think that's kind of it. I think someone said it in chat earlier as well. I think Matt just thought 4 miles was longer than it is. But even as the players, it's like, what are we doing here? And I don't know what is prompting them to act this way. I don't know. It's definitely suffering from this as an awful time for a live show. A little bit. She just wants to do a nature check because that skill is high, and Matt said okay because he doesn't really care how they find out whatever number he guesstimated when he prepped. Well, I think that is the thing, right? Is like these checks don't really matter because they don't change anything. There's no like Matt can totally accept nature. Like that's totally fine because yeah, like whatever he tells them now just like fundamentally doesn't matter. Yeah. I went to a state park like 20 miles from New York City and could see the city clearly from the top of the mountain. Yeah. Like, this is... Yeah. I don't know. This sequence is strange. Maybe I'll have a more cohesive opinion about it at the end. Yeah. And I think that might be the thing, Erdturnmons, of like, when this happens at my table, it signals to me that I haven't given an illustrative enough description initially. I think that might be like part of the issue here, is that they are... Well, I think it's also an issue of focus. Like, on one hand, they are not really grasping this, like, moving city issue, I think. And also, on the other hand, I think they're being distracted by superfluous stuff. Like, the 2 locations, I think are, even though they're somewhat interesting, they are ultimately superfluous. They have an active tracker on them. And having the locations there in some ways distracts from the active tracking. I'm sort of surprised that it's able to, frankly. Like, I'm surprised that they are not just using the active tracking and just heading straight for it. It might be partially just their like hesitance to get this all done, like to wrap up the arc. That might be part of it. I don't know. Yeah, but focus is in my hands too, so same difference. True. Yeah. I fully agree. I think it is like both the depth and the variety of the descriptions are kind of off here. But also the players they have a weird mindset that I can't fully lock onto. Like, I can't fully figure out like why they are more distractible than I would have anticipated as a GM. So like, I do think that there are ways that Matt could have modified some of this description, but I'm also like, I don't know what's going on with the players. You know? I used to live a mile from work, and out-of-shape dad can walk a mile in 30 minutes at a leisurely pace. Yeah. I think the 2 locations were possible exploration opportunities that fell on the wayside on a Vecna timer. Well, it's interesting, right? It's like, if... That would mean that they were prepped a long time ago, because it's not like they've been wasting a bunch of time, right? Like, they've been going pretty quick since they got back from Scald Seat. They've been kind of just like going from one thing to the next. So it would be, I think the only way that like the exploration opportunities here could have gotten kind of swept to the side by a Vecna timer is if they were prepped way ahead of time and then Matt just chose to keep them even though they wouldn't like really be relevant or useful. Which is possible. Like, it's very possible that could have happened. I probably would have cut them during the prep for this session, but I don't know. Unless it generally isn't, but I treat my players are doing bad as players as a diagnosis of exclusion. It's my job to make interesting enough stuff that they lock in. I have a similar mindset, Erdturnmons. Like, sometimes players are just, like, either kind of clueless or, you know, like sometimes the players just truly do go off track, and then there's nothing to do about it. But I don't think that is a particularly useful framework to think through when like self-analyzing our DMing, right? Which is like one of the main things that I'm here to do, is to talk about like DMing techniques and such. So I'm with you. I think that it is possible that it's like all on the players here, but that's not a very useful kind of framework. Yeah. Unused prep can make for a more realistic setting. Unfortunately, it can also confuse players. That's a great point. And to extend that point a little bit, I think that unused prep, insofar as it makes the setting more realistic. I think that is more worthwhile towards the beginning and gets less and less worthwhile as the campaign goes on. I think it always makes the setting more realistic. I think there's like a static amount of like realism that unused prep adds like that. But the downside of potential confusion or distraction gets higher and higher the more of a like important timer that they are on. And I'd say like in this sort of situation where they're at the very end of the campaign, it's at its probably most detrimental while still having the same static amount of benefit. Yeah. They're in like they're like 3 hours into a live show is amazing that their brains are not completely cooked. That is true. Like I'm like, man, like what is the player mindset right now? Like how are the players like getting so distracted, whatever? It's a good point. Someone stole my handle. Confused strawberry. It's a very good point that they are 3 hours into a live performance. Their decision making is almost certainly leaking out the sides of their ears at this point. And that might just be the long and short of both sides of this equation. It might just be tiring from the live show. That's very possible.
28.
Based on your experience with various creatures that leave large tracks.
And there is something to be said there about controlling the length of sessions a little bit more purposefully when you have or when you're getting close to either very complicated segments or sections of the plot or just very important sections of the plot. There's something to be said for ending a session early potentially or making sure that your long sessions are like well timed. It's hard. Like especially I really, really struggle with really controlling the length and pacing of my sessions. It's something I have a huge problem with, but it does get more and more valuable as you get closer to big, important moments. So if it's a skill you can work on, I would highly recommend it. And I think there's an easy way to do it as well. Like, or at least the thing that I'm doing right now that maybe isn't working out so great, but it's a very casual thing you can do to try to improve this skill, I think, is just try to predict the length of every session. Like before you go into the session, be like, with what I have prepped and like when I think the session will end, like story-wise, this is how long I think it'll take IRL. And just like honing in that guessing will hone in your ability to like analyze your prep and predict timing. So even if you can't necessarily prep a short session, you can look at what you have prepped and identify a long session, which I think is a very useful skill to have. It's a skill I'm really trying to build up. It's a skill that like Paige just has naturally. Like I've been like talking to her about like, session timing predictions, other GMs. I seem to be particularly bad at it. At least in comparison to people that I know. But it's a really, really useful skill to hone, I think. Yeah. I have a player who's borderline narcoleptic. He gets real tired after 8 p.m., but everyone else is still gung-ho. Yeah, and it's important to think about, like, for that player of, like, when are we starting? How long is the session ahead of time? Yeah, absolutely. In this extremely specific case, we know they are already over time because the bell rang on stage. Also very true. Yeah. I try to dump combat at the end because he tends to be more engaged and counterintuitively also the most able to autopilot during that. And that's a really great example of like table specific prep of like knowing your players and planning the session around them, not in a meta way, not to like particularly fuck with them, but just to like meet them where they're at, right? You are controlling the story in a way that will be more engaging for more of your table. And I think that's a very, very good thing. Yeah.
You've dealt with or hunted in your history with the Ashari. I mean, the legs are generally pretty thick for a creature of immense size because it has to support all that weight. But if each footfall, crater here is about 150 to 200 feet wide. You can surmise the creature is hundreds of feet tall.
Oh god.
At least 6 times.
I don't feel
We
good.
are going to have to Shadow of
600
Colossus this year.
What is it? What'd you say? What'd you say?
So we're going to have to Shadow of Colossus this year.
How are we gonna fucking fight something that's 600 feet tall?
If it bleeds, we're gonna die.
Okay, all right, hang on though. The caverns, undead caverns of dwarves inside the Titan.
Yeah,
Yeah, maybe we crawl up its butthole and kill the things inside.
Yeah, maybe. Or fight it from the inside out.
maybe.
That's the most exciting Dwarven Forge thing I'd ever want to see. It's the Godzilla
Yeah, just like
interior.
look down at his cloth
You don't
there.
know? I don't.
We gotta get inside of it.
We don't. It may be all it takes is just
Are we on Jamon Soulward's back as
Yes,
we're
you're
stepping on
like right now it's just large grass straggling.
never-ending storying our way to a
Wow.
terrible death.
Ending story.
Can you detect if we're making up any ground on your target? I'm talking to you, Vex.
Oh, what?
Yeah,
Liam, are we getting closer?
Well, my brain's on Vecna, not on the Titan.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, we were
is
strong.
Vecna
Is Vecna
doing a
right?
ride along?
Right.
Is he still moving in the same direction?
Yeah, I mean, Vecna's just
Let's
slowly
follow
traveling
these
in
tracks.
that
Okay, well, we gotta go
south-southeast
after
direction.
it then.
Follow the tracks then.
All right.
We're already too late to go to the...
With that, you hear the booming voice of Jamon once more. Very well, let us be off. It goes into a fast-paced dive. You all grab hold, accompanied by dragon scale and or loose bits of fur there are, as it just drives into this huge dive, this gargantuan dragon.
Trinkets in the necklace for this part.
I assume this.
Just holding on with his bare hand.
You see as the Wyvern Riders immediately take this action and begin to swoop in and follow suit as well, following behind them. At this point, you guys are guiding. You're the tip of the spear of this assault at this very moment.
Oh, God.
You begin to follow, though, this pattern of impacts across the pass, heading south, southeast, heading over and through different mountain ranges. The higher you get, the wind gets a little more intense and the cold becomes more biting. And Jamon dips down a bit to avoid having to thrust you into this very dangerous stratosphere. The light in this area is very, very close to near dusk almost. How much the sunlight is just blotted out by the cloud cover that has completely consumed the skyline from horizon to horizon on all sides.
I kind of do a bit of a gust spell ahead of us to kind of clear the path, give them a little bit more visual line of sight.
Thank you. You hear emanate from Jamon as the cloud cover tends to spread a little bit and give a little bit of a good view. You travel on for about 25, 30 or so minutes before Vex, and Keyleth.
How fast must this thing be moving? 30 minutes. I mean, if this thing is not moving at all, which we know it is moving, but that would be them moving at 2 miles an hour. Oh, so it must be moving nearly as fast as Jamon for that to make
You
any
glance around
sense.
the bend of the pass that you've just begun to curve around, and you see it. An impossibly immense entity standing hundreds and hundreds of feet tall, a gigantic, bulky mass of jagged rock, slowly walking on 2 castle-width legs, each footfall sending a cloud spray of earth into the air around it, quaking the surrounding lands with a terrifying crack and rumble as the back leg lifts. Sifting through the air, you can almost hear the air tear with a high-pitched whine, even at this distance, as its sheer mass and the speed in which it's cutting through and breaking the atmosphere slams down for its next step. As you get a better view of it, the closer you get, it resembles the earth elemental form you've seen Keyleth take many, many times, only proportionally malformed and terrifying on a scale you've never seen. 4 colossal arms swing from its torso, battering rams of shifting stone, each over 150 feet wide. The closer you get, Grog, you sense a faint vibration in the Titan stone knuckles.
Oh my god. Just a note, these were made from the heart of a felled Titan. I don't think it's that one, but...
It could be. That one's dead. He was
That
dead.
was sarcasm, but yeah.
Are you gonna
Does that
take him one-on-one?
Does that mean you can like beat him up from the inside?
Oh yeah, beat him up with his heart.
Yeah. Aw. Yeah.
Do I notice anything?
Not in particular, just the closer you get, you clap and it sounds booming as it would. Just the closer you get, it seems this very, very faint vibration to them, as if just proximity keys you in then. And even your simple mind, Grog, can gather that these were probably crafted and made from whatever it is you see storming through that ravine.
Okay.
Go.
Do I feel Vecna riding on this guy's shoulder?
You sense the direction and distance of Vecna directly where this entity lies. I would like you to make a perception check, please.
I'm sorry, did we not think that was going to be the case? Everyone's oohing. Yeah, like, right? I don't know. And they're also acting like they're going to have to fight this thing. I don't think they will. Maybe I'm crazy here. Maybe I'm I'm way like off on what I think is happening, but I'm just like, yeah, man, like is this not what we all thought was happening? It's a pretty cool visual, IMO. It is. It's mostly like them like talking about like, oh, are we gonna like go inside of it and fight them? Or are we gonna like take them down or whatever? I'm just like, I thought the entire plan was like, hey, we'll distract the army. You guys go for Vecna. It seems like we'll just go straight for Vecna, right? But maybe I'm misunderstanding how difficult Matt is going to make it to get to Vecna while this Titan still, like, exists. Maybe I'm not, like, grasping how, like what Matt has planned here. But this all seems to just kind of be like, yeah, okay, it's like fun set dressing, but it doesn't ultimately matter. I don't know. And I think I'm largely getting tired of just seeing cool stuff that I'm ultimately not going to interact with towards the end of this arc. Of like the sky, I don't think is going to matter. The dreams are not going to matter. The we talked about it, several things last time that I kind of felt were a little bit style over substance. It's like, all of this is fine. Like, it's fine set dressing. That's cool. But, I don't know. I'm now that it's like we have the Vecna locator, let's go fight Vecna. I'm kind of like, okay, like, let's get to it. I'm not seeing anything that would prevent them from doing so. So I don't know. I cannot believe Megan predicted there would be an elemental titan on the final arc like 50 episodes ago. Oh my god, it might have been before then. I mean, I'll throw my hands up and say I did not think it would be like this. Even when I tied it to Golomancy, I was expecting it to be one or the other. It was either like it's Vecna or it's the Primordial Titans, but hey, I'll take it, because I was pretty convinced that the Primordial Titans were like one of the other main threats to the material. So I'll take it. Grog versus Titan. For the entire Chroma Conclave arc and a lot of Cries Overall, you theorize the main options for the big bad evil guy would most likely be Vecna or the Primordials. Yep. And now the end of the campaign is him coming in. Yeah. I'll take it. I'll take it. And I mean, it's ultimately credit to, or at least acknowledgement that Matt's foreshadowing of the potential dangers in this setting, I actually think were fairly focused. Like towards the end, like a few episodes ago when I think they were about to I think when they were coming from the ziggurat in Marquette, people were like, what are the options for Big Bad Evil Guy other than Vecna? And I was like, it's Primordial Titans, and that's kind of fucking it. But even Primordial Titans, I didn't think had been kind of referenced in long enough for me to really put my weight behind it. But I'll take it. I'll take it. Yeah. So credit to Matt there. If he was going to raise up this thing, I think it's fair that it is like the corpse of the Titan. And it sucks. I'd like to enjoy it more. I'm just kind of tired of this segment of the story. I just kind of want them to get in there. Yeah. The title you put is crazy. What about how Vasselhiem had it coming? I'll continue with that one. Vasselhiem is fat and lazy. They made so many interesting decisions. Vord in particular. Yeah. And it's, you know what this is reminding me of is the, what is it? Colossus of the Deadlands? What is, oh no, I'm thinking Colossus of the Drylands? What's the Daggerheart frame? 1 sec. I have it here. Let's see. What's the that's not a green screen, as much as it might have seemed like one. Colossus of the Drylands, yeah. Like, this is big Colossus of the Drylands energy, which is awesome. And I wish I could be more excited about this guy. I just don't think he's going to be, like, mechanically relevant. I think he's just a setting for this final combat. And it's not really going to ultimately matter that they're on the back of a big Titan. It's just style. I hope I'm wrong. I hope it really matters that they're on the back of a Titan. That'd be sick. I just haven't gotten any indication that that will be the case, given how the past few episodes have gone. So we'll see. I can hope.
Wait, what?
Perception check.
Perception check.
Just him?
Just him for now, he's just focused.
27.
You glance past as your proximity grows closer.
He is also a timer. He's a timer that we already knew about, right? We already knew that Thar and Follow was getting closer to Vasselhiem. So now we know the shape of the timer, but we already knew that he was a thing. And as far as him being a timer is concerned, it's essentially equivalent to if you put Thar and Follow on wheels. Like, I mean, I guess he's big and scary, but Vecna was already big and scary. Like, he was already like a cosmic threat. So him just having a big Titan as well doesn't really change the calculus for me, at least. I've noticed how many nods to old CRs in Daggerheart, but I never realized that frame might be a nod to this. It might be. I mean, it's just a cool idea for a frame in general. But I definitely see a lot of DNA of Daggerheart in this first campaign, yeah. But isn't it so sick to fight an Archlich riding on the back of an ancient primordial? Like, kinda. It's only sick if it, like, matters, right? If it's, like, I don't know. To me, it's if it doesn't matter that we're on the back of the ancient primordial, if it never comes up or is relevant to the fight, is it sick? I don't know. It's kind of like, if you build a really awesome environment that is really detailed and descriptive and, all your players are like, wow, so neat. But then it's a white room. Like, the actual combat itself doesn't interact with the environment in any meaningful way. I think it loses quite a lot. I think, I know I've been using the term style over substance quite a lot in the past, episode and a half, but that's kind of where I'm feeling. That's kind of where my feelings are at right now, is that this is a lot of it's very stylish, but does it ever matter? I don't know. It matters for the siege of Vasselhiem. It's not when Vecna arrives the siege begins. It's more like when Vecna arrives, he just stomps Vasselhiem. Yeah, I guess. I mean, I think that the implication has been pretty substantially that if Vox Machina does not kill Vecna, that Vecna will just sweep Vasselhiem. And I mean, that's even more true given that Vasselhiem has voluntarily fed most of its defense force to Vecna by, putting them outside of the city walls. I mean, it's certainly bumped up that feeling, I guess. Now it's not will Vecna be able to take over Vasselhiem? Now it's okay, definitely. It honestly, in retrospect, makes Vord's decision to have the defenders leave the walls more reasonable. but he didn't know about the big giant guy when he made that decision. So, I don't know. Like, I guess it does stuff, but it's all stuff that doesn't, like, change what the players are going to do. Like, the players are going to go and attack Vecna no matter what. It kind of doesn't matter whether Thornfall is on wheels or being carried by a Titan. You know, maybe they have to kill Vecna a little faster, but they already had, like, a sense of urgency about killing him before. I don't know that this really changes that in any way.
Closer. One, you notice that there are what looks almost like a beehive type activity around the top of it, where its head would be. There is no massive head protruding, just a shoulder shelf where the top of it becomes these 4 arms, and it's faced away from you based on the way that it's traveling. These arms kind of swinging wildly with each step, slowly. Its size is difficult for you to fathom at this distance. It seems so big, it's so small, but as you get closer, you can see these bee swarm-like clusters.
2 miles away,
Creatures you
it's
saw
hard
in
to
Shadowfall
fathom.
not too long ago. And there atop this shelf of its gargantuan torso, you see what looks to be a city line. Resting atop of this entity, there lies a portion of Thar-Amphala, moving with this gargantuan primordial earth titan, risen from below its long-held tomb.
I'm gonna cast Pass Without Trace on us. It's not gonna make any difference. But I'm gonna do it.
I don't. Will it work on the back of a big shiny dragon?
Just another note, to be clear, these were carved from the heartstone of a ruined Earth primordial, and when they're doing their thing, they make me immune or resistant to fire, cold, and lightning damage. So, you know, that's good.
Yeah. Okay, so just theory time, maybe. This primordial is marching with Thar-Amphala on its back to Vasselhiem.
Yep.
If I were God wanting to prove that I'm awesome and do like a big miracle thing, I would drop a giant city on top of another city.
Or destroy the city and then replace it with that one.
That city.
Oh, we can stop this though. All we have to do is beat the Titan. I've got magic missiles that can do like 1d6 damage. So with enough of those, we could be in business.
Listen, I know it seems really dire, right? But the only other option besides attacking it in my mind is trying to get its attention. Maybe lead it away from Vasselhiem.
I think it's also, in theory, necrotic, which means it can be turned.
I mean,
That's
that would
a-
be one powerful fucking
that's a
spell.
big-
We're going to have to do something, but we may have to...
Pike, how strong are you feeling right now?
You look back at Pike, who's clutching onto the back of Jamonta Ord, seeing this, her face just pale white, eyes wide. She's like, I know.
No.
It's all right, buddy. It's
You
okay.
got it, you're a monster.
I'm a monster. It's also a monster.
Should we land on the city on its back, or should we try to fuck up the Titan?
I think we should like dive into one of the beehive tunnels and stealth in. I think we can still be stealth mode. Jamon can drop us off. Jamon, you distract all of the city with all of your wyvern riders as well, and we'll come in from the bottom up, yeah?
Okay.
How far are we
I
from
think that is a
Vasselhiem?
very sound plan. However, and as the dragon's head turns to look ahead, you can see some of these clusters of Gloomstalkers have now broken away from the Titan, swarming in your direction. You're about, I'd say, 1.5 miles away from it, and gaining, only because you're pushing at full speed, but you're seeing now, them breaking off in the clusters, and you hear the distant...
I know we vamped out here, but do we have any idea how much time we have? How far away from Vasselhiem we are?
How far have we gone?
From what you can tell, I'd say make a...
No, make it.
I'm gonna
No, I'm ready, let's go.
No, I'm gonna guess too because he's asking out loud.
It's a good question.
That's a good question. I know. Make a nature check.
Can I
Can I
check?
do that too?
Oh, okay.
-2! My modifier, so 15.
Okay.
It was 17, I was excited.
That's good.
Not too bad. You haven't traversed this area of the north side of Sierra before, but gathering based on where you were, seeing the sinkhole and the distance that Maximum was giving you earlier, you imagine it's probably about 200 miles or so away from Vasselhiem.
Okay, we got time, so...
It
Not a
has
lot.
very wide gates with each step.
Yeah, basically like Godzilla, right? So,
Yeah. So you have time, but it's not 200 miles on per person.
I mean, if we start skipping, we're fucked, but, you know.
Hey, Keelan,
Slashing
do you
fast.
still have any of that wild guide? Is that what it's called? That herb that scares away the undead?
I do. Well, I grabbed some so I can cultivate more of it.
You
Yeah.
should probably do that because we're about to hit up
They're
those.
a mile and a half away, and they see us, it looks like.
Yeah, they're closing in
It's
just a
gonna
short time
be
before
like
they reach you. And remember, at this traveling speed, any sort of smoke-based sensor material you have is going to just go right behind you like a flare.
Right.
Can we turn into cloud skill and fly off of our dragon ride and then poof inside the
Let
Titan?
me see what I packed.
Yeah,
Let me
because
see what I packed.
we be in the air, and not all of us are so awesome in the air.
We could fall off this dragon's back real fast.
Her.
Okay. We could do windwalk. It's gonna take an hour or a minute to transform in and out. I also have animal shapes.
Yeah, we can just
Jamon, can you become invisible by any chance?
Jamon, you hear the voice rumble. I can,
Why don't we just do
but
that?
only myself. I could maybe affect a couple of you.
I could affect a couple of us.
How many?
You know, 3.
That leaves quite a few of us
Quite a few of us.
Maybe like, Jamon, could you get like
5. I
it's,
could muster about 4 of you.
so one of us.
That's enough.
Would be visible.
3 and 4.
No,
I can't add.
Or I could make Jamon look like one of those dark, flappy things, and make us look like undead creatures.
They probably have seen us coming though. They're on the
They're
way.
already on the way.
Yeah.
They're closing.
Invisible then?
At least we're a smaller target at that point.
I can throw out a fog cloud and try and fog us the rest of the way.
just be
You
a
have-
flare.
Fly through it, it won't work.
Yeah.
Not
We're in clouds.
Yeah, but
No,
if you do the
It'd
thing,
be
just
like
keep
a
going through
vapor
it.
trail.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's good.
Invisible or changes, one or the
You
other.
could do invisible, and I could fly like as fast as I fucking can away.
Cloud breaks ahead and he watches 2 Gloomstalkers come diving down
No!
towards the back of Jamon.
Let's do invisible.
I take.
I shoot one with an arrow.
I shoot the other one with a gun.
No,
Alright, both of you guys roll
invisible.
attacks, please.
It's okay. We're going at a speed that doesn't have to. That just happened.
Yeah, I just knocked over a wine bottle.
You mean a
not-
big invisible?
28.
28 hits?
25.
25 hits as well, yeah.
And I was attempting to I was going to burn a. Not that I should have said this. I was going to burn a crystal drop.
Right, I figured that was the case. Alright, so one of them gets shot with an arrow, and as the impact hit, it shrieks but continues its dive. The second one gets shot by which weapon was it?
It was Animus.
With Animus, and he watches the detonation of the kind of spray of black and the impact of the bullet hitting, and as it shrieks, its wings kind of buckle from underneath, and it plummets about 30 or 40 feet or so, and ends up falling out of its dive. The one, however, is still diving, and it's going to go for the one that shot it with its arrow. Natural 2.
Wait tonight. Ooh,
Yeah,
that's good.
that's going to be a 13. I'm pretty sure that doesn't hit you.
Nah, that doesn't hit
So as it attempts to dive past you, you duck out of the way, still like notching yourself a secondary arrow, and its claws hit the back of the dragon scales instead. You hear the scrape of it going across the back, but having no effect on the hard armored brass dragon's back.
Yeah.
As the Gloomstalker then shrieks once more, picks back up into the clouds and vanishes.
Well, I did
Attack of
15
opportunity
damage
on it
to
with
her.
daggers?
You can definitely attack with daggers if you like.
Yeah, it's a 29.
Yeah, it is.
All right. My friend the dragon is against it. Do I get sneak attack?
No. Sorry.
All right. That is 12 as well.
Okay, well, there you go. How much damage did you do?
15.
15, all right. All right, as it shrieks and vanishes back into the clouds above, you can see now the Wyvern Riders around are starting to charge in as well. And as you're rushing now, you're maybe 3/4 of a mile from the exterior of this giant Earth Titan.
Invisible.
All right, you complete your incantation in time with Jamon, and the entirety of your party turns transparent and is now free from visual perspective.
Everybody?
Or is there one person left?
I did 3.
you did 3?
I can do 4 if Jamon can't.
There's Jamon Pike 4. Oh,
That's all of us. Oh,
Yeah,
Wait,
yeah.
Pike 2?
well, Pike and Jamon would be 8.
Okay,
there's
so I'll
two.
do
4 and 4.
I'll do 4.
solid.
And with that, you all manage to disappear and go into a dive. As soon as you all vanish, which is interesting because you disappear, and suddenly your mount disappears, and all your friends disappear. So you're just touching onto what you hope is still dragon scales and fur, as you just look down and just see clouds, ground, mountains,
That is
and eventual plummeting death where you knock
Freaking out, man! I'm freaking out!
Wait, if our eyelids are invisible, does that mean we can't even close our eyes?
You can close your eyes if you
But does that? Oh no, it's too much. Too much.
Not cool. I will say, because the enchantment doesn't make you translucent, it's just invisible to the visual
Oh, so then
gaze,
it actually
the
works.
interior of your eyelids would not
Oh,
be
thank God.
affected by it.
Okay. So that's just
Much
my
like,
worst nightmare.
much like a Harry Potter invisibility cloak, you can still see the inside of the cloak somewhat.
Yeah. No, I was just having that Clockwork Orange moment. Just, no.
Like,
Make yourself more nauseous by closing your eyes.
Oh,
Just saying.
that's not true.
as you go into this dive, you can hear the clashing of Wyvern against Gloomstalker. You hear the yelps and shrieks of 2 different bestial cries. You hear shouts of humanoid and elven voices shouting as spears are tossed, arrows are let loose, and this aerial fray begins. With that, you kind of glance forward as the dragon comes out of a dive, Jamon leading you towards this gargantuan entity. You can hear with further volume the even slower than that probably based on the gait it has to walk and the speed it's going, but it's like watching a mountain with legs move. As you approach, what do you do?
Do we see a clearing, a landing?
Or like a hole in the. Yeah.
You can go ahead and make a perception check, guys. All of you are glancing.
25.
30.
24.
6.
8, awesome. All right, Keyleth. Yep. As you guys, at this distance, it's hard to make out details, but Keyleth, you rolled a 30, which according to the edition is nearly impossible.
Thank you.
As a DC. So, you glance about, and amongst the broken rock exterior of this behemoth entity, you can see towards the base of its right leg, towards the back, what looks to be a faint trickle of water. Like a waterfall of pee, probably. A very
sludgy, yeah,
like a trickling of a waterfall that's just flowing from its back leg area and then just kind of dissipating as it plummets into the air.
That's it.
Yeah.
It's coming from the city or coming from the Titan?
From the
It's
Titan.
like,
It's a-
he's leaking from the back of his calf.
Let's go in there
Let's
then.
hit.
From the back of his hip.
Let's see if we can land on that first pimple then.
I don't think there's any landing. I think
might be a
there's
jump.
going to be a. Yeah. But you know what? Let's see what happens. Let's get
Let's
close.
fly in close to that waterfall.
Okay, so you point this out to Jamon?
Yeah.
All right. You hear the dragon voice come up once more. Hold on. Goes into an intense dive, trying to bring. Because previously you were about levels, not a little higher than bottom fall on the top of the entity. Jamon goes into a dive towards the hip area that you point out. The wind is pushing past you. You're holding on for dear life because any possible loss of grip not only is going to loose you from the dragon, which is going to be hard to find you as you're all invisible. depending on the dragon's abilities, I guess. But as you begin to push down to this dive, I want you all to make strength saving throws, please.
Oh God,
Sorry. So, okay. Why are we not just landing in the city? Like, am I missing something? Why can't they just land in Thar Amphala, especially now that they're invisible? Like, why do they have to go through the Titan's body? I'm very unclear on what is, like, forcing them into this route of landing. Also, why they have to make a strength saving throw. Like, they're not currently under assault. They're flying the same speed they've been flying. I get that he just, like, went into a dive, but, like, they're not on, they're not being, like, actively pursued right now. I don't get it. It feels like it's just been a while since they rolled. And that's why we're doing it. Voxmania said they wanted to surprise Vecna by coming from inside the Titan. Okay, I guess. I think the internal logic was supposed to be there are tons of forces in town, so you can't just land up top. I guess. They haven't really, like, they've talked about it's like a beehive of activity, but those are like the wyverns. I guess maybe there's just so many that they, like, literally won't be able to, like, fit Jamon's bulk through without, like, giving away their position. I guess. I don't know. Seems like a big waste of time to me. Like, I thought this was, like, kind of the reason that they brought all of their own forces were to contest the forces that would be, like, at the landing zone. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know why they're so sure there won't be a massive force inside the Titan tunnels. Well, it's weird because they're talking as if they are actually somewhat confident that there will be forces in the Titan tunnels. They're like, oh yeah, we'll fight through the dwarves. And it's like, well, why not? Like, I don't know. I don't understand the plan. You have Aragorn attack the gates while Frodo sneaks in over the mountains. I guess that is true. In that, like, they're now entering in, like, a different location than where the distraction is. I guess. I don't know.
Jeez Louise.
Natural 20.
Natural 20.
Well, I got an 11.
Okay. I'm using my first luck of the day. Oh, that's worse. That is a 9 for me.
Oh God, a 22 for me.
I know.
All right.
This is like a group success or failure thing, right?
In almost a poetic justice way, both Vax and Keyleth begin to lose their grip, and with a sequence of moments, they both get blown off the back. They'll be fine. The brass dragon.
Were they touch? We wouldn't even know. Were they touching each other? Tell me they were.
know because we.
Wait, are we
No,
off?
we
You
wouldn't
and
know. but
Vax
you
are
guys
currently
would
now
know.
no grip on any dragons.
Vax,
You both reach out. There's
whisper.
nothing.
Throw my dagger at that sound.
Roll an attack. Roll an attack.
Wait, what?
That sounds like us.
All right, go for it.
That's smart.
Were you saying you were gonna come to me?
The roll an attack
Yeah.
There's the 18.
with disadvantage because she is invisible.
That's a 20.
What's your armor class, Keyleth?
Yeah, I mean, he hits.
All right, go and roll damage.
Armor class is 16.
Good. So you can vamp to
That's
it.
right. 12 plus psychic damage, honey.
You guys have a fucked up relationship.
Yeah. Our entire relationship has been psychic damage, baby.
14.
So you take 14 points of piercing damage. However,
Yeah.
as soon as the pain hits you, it's immediately elated by the immediate impact of Vax's arms wrapping around you for dear life.
Oh,
I'm,
Ah.
I'm kissing you already.
You both are now tumbling and plummeting through the sky.
Do you want to fly or should I?
Hold on, and I go giant eagle form.
Okay. The giant eagle form takes flight as her wings extend. You realize you've been clutching on to kind of the down feathers, and
So
as soon
you
as the
kiss
form
her
takes you,
armpit.
press hold and climb back up onto the top of the giant eagle, and with that you both Now, here's an interesting question. Because invisibility lasts until you do an attack or cast a spell, it's a magical ability. I'm going to say because it's a natural effect, it will not affect the invisibility, especially at your high enough druid level. Because you're specifically shape-changing is your thing. So I'll say you just skirt under what would reveal invisibility.
Would you?
You lose it, however, for attacking her. So now there's just a Vax kind of huddled on nothing, full on like Wonder Woman style invisible jet, just like gliding through the sky.
That's awesome.
So as you guys coast in,
Yeah,
the rest of you hear
fair.
Jamon go, "It appears we've lost some passengers." And
No,
coast-
no, no. Go, keep going. Go. Keep going.
We're all right. Everything's fine here. Everything's fine. How are you?
Jamon, they say they're okay. It's okay. We can go.
Very well. Continues into the dive. You guys trailing behind at this point, but making your way down towards the base hip region of this entity, following the direction that Keyleth gave, that are spotting earlier. All right. As you guys get closer and closer, you can see there is indeed what appears to be a trickle of a waterfall that is just dissipating. The wind is so strong that it gets maybe 25 or 30 feet down before it just gets scattered into droplets.
Is it pea colored?
No, it is actually a pretty clear water. You do also glance as you get closer that it appears to be emerging from some sort of an opening, like a cavern.
Yeah, let's head for the opening.
All right.
It's hot spring.
So as you approach,
Oh no.
We have passive trace. We have passive trace.
you do, but the flying man does not. So, as the rest of you make it up towards the side, and the wind is strong here, and you can hear the impact of each footfall so deafening, your eardrums almost shake and are pain with each impact. The bass of each footfall is just immense. But you do see, there appears to be, interestingly enough, there is the waterfall coming out of it, and the waterfall is careening down what looks to be a broken stone staircase. The path that the opening's about 15 feet across and about 10 feet wide, and it looks like it was at some point attached before this creature rose to another series of tunnels or whatever else, this dwarven stronghold, these series of vaults that were carved within this creature's body, extended beyond its torso, and this is one of the breaking points.
Wow.
As you glance back, you can see your brother coasting down about 100 or so feet away. You also watch as one of the large arms swings back.
No.
I dodge it. I try to dodge it.
Stop hitting yourself.
I
Stop
need
hitting
both
yourself.
of you guys to make dexterity saving throws. Oh, shit. Actually, because you're riding Keyleth right now, it's going to be on the giant eagle form. Because you're clutching
just
it.
roll a
It's just
dex
on me.
save.
It's just on you.
The giant titan.
It's hard to avoid a 100+ foot wide arm.
I'm a nimble eagle.
This is a save. Wait.
Oh, that's not
wait,
bad.
Wait.
Wait.
Stop it.
The deck save, right?
Yeah.
You're wincing like your table doesn't do these kinds of random chaos solutions to already bad plans, Mega. They kind of don't. Like, I'm trying to think of like what the difference is. My players just don't assume that much. Like the issue that I deal with is them asking me like too many questions, or them like asking me too much about the environment and like wanting to double and triple check things. And like that be like them like wanting to like know kind of every detail crevasse. Like they would ask me like, what's my estimate for how many people are like buzzing around the head, right? They come up with harebrained schemes, don't get me wrong, but I normally understand the logic of how they got there. I'm not really tracking with just like the logic of how these guys are getting there. I don't know. Are your folks mostly multi-year D&Ders, or are some of them brand new to TTRPGs? Both. 2 of them are multi-years. 1 of them are brand new. Like my players, like the problem that I have with my players is that they're like overly cautious. Like they want to plan too much. I have to push them into action. And so this is just like, and that's the same with like really any level of experience that my players have. I think it's probably something down to my DMing style. Because it's pretty consistent across who I GM for. But yeah. I don't know. I think I just have to like move through it because I don't even really care that much. Like this whole sequence has sort of just like fully dropped out of me like being invested and like caring about what happens. Because it all just seems like a path that ultimately leads to them being somewhere inside of the Titan with a certain amount of resources left. And there's no seemingly like plan on how to like test them for resource usage. There's no like particular challenge. It's just sort of being like come up with ad hoc. It's like, they are far enough away to where it took them 20 to 30 minutes to cross half the distance, a little bit over half. But the Gloomstalkers get to them in a couple of seconds. Like I'm just not feeling invested in the world at the moment, unfortunately. It all just kind of feels very haphazard. Not only on the player part, but also on the GM part. Yeah. It feels very, just haphazard. Like the primary thing I'm taking is like, oh, Matt wanted to like drain out some resources before they got in. But the process of draining them out is kind of just like whatever to me. Well, somehow, some way they are invested still? Maybe. I mean, that's like an assumption that we can make, or they might, get off this table and, I mean, they're in front of a live audience. If I was at the table right now, I would probably be feeling internally similarly, but that's a really kind of sad and boring performance if I were to display exactly how I felt about it. Like, I would be, this is very similar to like the Laura Bailey, or not Laura Bailey, the Vexalia trial and Paylor's thing of like, I'm just de-invested as a watcher, as an audience member. If I was a player, I would be trying to, I would be like actively trying a lot more to keep myself invested. And even if I fell out of investment, I wouldn't act that way, because I wouldn't want to pull out my fellow players. Like if they're still in it. So just because they look invested, I don't think we can like use as a point of evidence kind of either way. I'm also not going to say, hey, they're definitely not invested. I'm not going to say they're the same as me. But yeah, they never stop doing this here and there. So they either enjoy it or literally don't know how to solve it. You mean just like what part of like, I guess, how do I say it? What do you mean by it, I suppose? Like, what is the part of this that they're enjoying? Because I'm just saying, I don't really care about, like, the Titan, and I don't really care about, like, thinking through this too much. Like, it seems like kind of just no matter what they do, it's gonna work to some degree, and no matter what they do, there's going to be an amount of obstacles. There's no, like, way to do this smartly, is what it feels like. And so, like, when I say I'm getting de-invested, I would just, like, start just following the momentum. Just kind of, like, doing whatever everyone else is doing, and I'm just not putting that much thought into it. Because it seems like it doesn't matter. And that can still be, like, enjoyable to an extent, even if it's not good. You know? Like, I can enjoy my time on a bad ride at the amusement park while still thinking it was a bad ride overall. Like, it wasn't worth it. You feel me? So I guess that's what I'm saying when, like, they are ostensibly having fun, and they might be having fun, but that still doesn't indicate that it's good or that they're necessarily like invested, right? Like I can play video games while not invested and just kind of like throw my like if I go and like play Marvel Rivals casually, I can not be too invested in the outcome of the game and still have fun. So I don't know. Flying by the seat of their pants, make a half plan that fails, fight against the DM cues where the rails would be by chasing some random concepts of a plan they just came up with. I think of these as cartoon vignettes. The part that I'm saying de-invest me is not necessarily their choices. It's the setup. And it's like how Matt is responding to their choices. Right? That's the part that is like taking me out of it. Where I'm no longer feeling like their decisions like matter to an extent. And maybe they do. But I'm feeling a lot of like DM fiat here of like this is happening in this way because Matt wanted to drain a few more resources out. Like I'm getting very taken into the fact that this is a game and not a story. And a game can still be fun. Like you can still enjoy like fucking around in a sandbox. Don't get me wrong. But I don't think it's a good tone heading into the final dungeon of the final boss that up until this point it seems like Matt wants me to take very seriously, right? This is not helping me like take Vecna seriously. Not the actions of the players, but the way in which Matt is responding to those actions of like the Gloomstalkers just teleporting across space and just like fucking with them in order to interrupt their planning. With the dive of Jamon proccing a strength save when it didn't proc a strength save a few times ago, right? Like he dived earlier in the sequence and that did not proc a strength save. So it's the like inconsistency there that's like, okay, mechanically, it doesn't matter what I do. Like I just need to like go with the vibes because no matter what we say, like Matt will find the moments to insert a challenge where there may or may not be any, right? That's the part that's kind of taking me out of it. It's like, oh, none of this really matters. It's like we can just kind of do whatever and it will end how it ends. Yeah. This part of the arc is based strongly on strong visuals and vibes, while the beginning of the arc kind of lacked it, but had logistics and lore drops. Yeah, this is all visuals and vibes. Again, I'm going to keep saying it because it keeps being relevant. It's style over substance to me. Like, this is all very stylish, but it's like eating chocolate, or like sugary candy, where like it tastes good, but it's not building a foundation that you can use later. Or that will build into a larger component, right? Like none of this, I think, is going to impact the arc in any way. It's just like a visually interesting in your imagination sequence. Yeah, I don't know. I don't feel like Matt was forcing or pushing them into this path. They chose it on their own. No, I know. And it's the way that Matt is responding to the path that they chose that is like the thing that's taking me out of it. I'm not saying that Matt pushed them into this by any means. It is his response to their actions that is like leaning really hard on just the style of what is happening rather than actually engaging with what they are doing at a more like critical level, right? At a more mechanical level. He's just kind of throwing mechanics against the wall whenever it kind of feels right. But is not like, I don't think he's personally like taking their plan very seriously. He's just kind of molding it into something that gets them into the Titan, right? I don't know what Matt's like actual prepped like idea of where they would go was. Like I don't know what he thought they would do. Not even saying that he had like a path he thought they would go down. But how do I say it? It feels to me just kind of poorly improv'd. And I'm not sure what Matt intended them to do. I don't think they're doing it, or if they are doing it, I think that's a separate problem in and of itself. Like, if this was the path that Matt had prepped, boy, oh boy, is Matt flying by the seat of his pants. So no, I would assume that this is not the path that Matt had prepped for them. But now at this point, whatever path he had prepped for them, it's the way in which he is like approaching and dealing with their plan is just very like whatever to me. It's all very just like hand wavy. Of like, okay, like whatever they do, this is not what I had planned for. So, you know, make a strength save here, do this there, bring these people in here, whatever. Like, we're just going to manufacture some feeling of difficulty without it actually being there in order to make this feel like it has some amount of friction towards them getting what they want. And that is kind of a bounce out for me. Not like a, hey, I would stop playing, but like a, oh, this is like a part of the session that if I was playing, I would, you know, think was weaker than others.
Blessing Keyleth.
As you see it coming.
Yeah,
I'll say you have the time because it's so immense.
Add a D4, yeah?
Yep.
Oh yeah! Okay, 24 total!
It's not enough.
No!
You were one away. It's a 25 DC because
it's huge.
This is a giant fucking arm. So.
They're also flying. Like, I get it, but that arm has to like travel through the space and they are actively flying and it just saw them. Yeah, it's very vibes based. It doesn't feel like there's just like, I don't know. I'm not catching a lot of like intentionality here in the design of anything.
Both you and Vax. I don't have the dice for this, so I'm going to use the app. You both suffer 87 points of bludgeoning damage as the force of a mountain slams into the side of your half-elf and eagle form.
You say 87?
87 points of bludgeoning damage, yes.
Okay,
No problem.
Are you still in the...
Does that mean you're not
I immediately drop form and start falling.
Okay, any carryover damage, make sure to mark that.
Yep.
Does Uncanny Dodge affect this at all?
Unfortunately, because you're relying on her eagle maneuverability, no.
Okay.
51 carryover.
Well, then I shoot the wings out immediately.
Okay. The wings emerge as
Yeah.
both of you begin to plummet at this point.
Hopefully.
I'm okay.
Keyleth,
What?
as you're plummeting,
Hang on,
the
I'm
Vax needs
doing
you to roll a
math.
perception
Hang on, I'm
check.
doing math.
Oh shit.
Jamon, they're fine. They told us they're fine. They'll be here any second. Don't worry.
We did see this happen, right?
You guys are right now kind of like hovering by this and looking back, and you watch this occur.
Oh, okay, good, we saw
You
this.
see Vax get smacked, fall, and his wings shoot out. Vax, roll a perception check.
Perception check, right?
Roll a really high.
With
Come on, buddy. Real high.
disadvantage.
With disadvantage.
Roll a really high twice.
What is that? Oh, I rolled the same thing. So it's a 24. Ooh! Reliable talent.
Strangely, you're able to see a slight shift in wind to give you just a brief moment to see where Keyleth's invisible plummeting body is.
Wait, I'm still invisible.
Yeah, because you haven't cast a spell or any attacks. So you managed to see this brief shimmer in space where the wind kind of bends around her reverting form.
And pick it up, grab it. Right.
Thrust downward with your wings, you grab her body, and manage to carry, you can feel her invisible body below you as you bring it back up.
Punch me in the face right now! Hey, beautiful.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Let's get the fuck out of here.
Okay.
Do a barrel roll.
All right. Another giant arm swings. But swings wide. As it attempts to swing in the same place it did before, it does not seem to see the two of you quickly approach the proximity of its torso, and you hear this pattern passing over.
I'm sorry, it doesn't appear to see you when you are more visible? When Vax's wings are out and Keyleth is actively visible, now it doesn't see you. Even though it saw you when Keyleth was invisible and Vax was a normal human before. What are its senses like? What are its senses like? Does it matter? Does it matter? No. How the walking city is able to perceive its surroundings ultimately doesn't matter. Matt wanted to take a little bit of their health off. And that's it.
You by about 30 or 40 feet.
Oh, trying to go for Jamon?
No, it's trying to go you guys which were.
Oh,
we
it's
see the
just
hole where
jogging.
our friends are
You
going?
guys do manage to, you still have a visual point on it, so you kind of direct and tug Vax by the hair and ears in the direction of the path you saw.
By the ponytail?
Yeah, basically.
It's not the final boss of Big Rock. Someone stole my handle. It's not. And I will defend Big Rock's honor against that slander. Big Rock, one of the great things about Big Rock is that you know Big Rock's capabilities. Big Rock is consistent. Big Rock exists and does its thing and does not care that you need to get through. It does not care about you. It just exists. It just does its thing. It does not have like properties that are just invented out of nowhere. It just exists, and that's the great thing about it. It is just this natural obstacle that is not working against the party, but its fundamental nature works against the party as it exists. It just exists, and that is the challenge. That is not at all the situation here. That is not at all the situation here. This doesn't just exist and present a challenge to the party members, right? If they needed to like burrow into it, and maybe it has some manner of healing factor, maybe they have to try to chisel their way in, and it's constantly like reforming itself. It's not doing that to specifically fuck with them. It is just doing that because that's just what it does. That would be Big Rock. This is totally separate. This is Fassbender. This is a Golem. This is not Big Rock. This is Big Golem. And yes, just because it happens to be made out of the same material substrate as my beloved Big Rock, I can see how there is maybe a cursory similarity. But in terms of their actual presence in the story, they couldn't be more different. They couldn't be more different. I wish this was Big Rock. Ugh. It doesn't even have a head, it has a platform. Well, that's true. But Big Rock isn't as cool as Walking Rock Titan. It's not. It's not. I wish that this Titan was more interesting and less vibes based. Actually, I'll just leave it there. I just wish that this entire Titan and platform and whole shit and shebang was less vibes based. I wish there was a lot. I just wish there was more meat to it. And there just isn't. It reminds me a lot of the Ioun test of like getting the book and then bringing it back to her, and he had to like do the thing in the book. Like, it reminds me of that. It's just like kind of just like throwing vibes at the wall. There's no like layer of consistency to it to actually like produce a real challenge that you can really grip onto. Yeah. I don't know. I'm sorry, Big Rock. I didn't mean to offend your proud community. Good. The point of Big Rock isn't cool, though. Yes, that is true. That no, but the point of Big Rock can be cool. The point of Big Rock can be very cool. If the Titan was actively ignoring them, that would serve to only heighten the distinction between the two. They are ants to it. They are but flies buzzing around the face of a god. It does not, the biggest of rock does not concern itself with the flies of the land. They are beneath it. It would be more it would be more in line with Big Rock for it to not even care and for it to not even make a swipe. I don't know. I feel like I'm being too negative. I don't even want to be too negative because it is cool visuals. I'm just, it's just so whatever that it's hard for me to focus and invest on the mechanical side of things. And because there are mechanical consequences here, right? They are losing health. They are wasting spell slots and ability charges. There are real mechanical consequences to everything that's going on, but they feel so fudged. The entire sequence feels fudged. It feels like they surprised Matt and he's just inventing some ways to get some resources out of them before, giving them what they actually produced. I think the weird thing about this, the really strange thing, is that I'm just not convinced by any of these defensive actions that are being taken. It feels like they outthought Matt, and Matt is punishing them with random BS for that. Now, I don't even think that that's really what's going on. It's just the way that the very hand-wavy consequences make the whole sequence feel to me. It all feels like, oh, they thought of something that Matt didn't think of, and now he's, trying to make sure that they still get their resources drawn out. Because he had some way to draw down their resources prepped, and they're somehow just avoiding it. That's what this all feels like to me. Which is why it gives me the sense of whatever we do doesn't matter. Yeah. What I mean is that cool is usually flashy. The point of Big Rock is doing a lot with something that's very, very mundane and how useful it is despite being so mundane. When you make a flashy Big Rock, it's not really the same thing. Well, that's fair, and I'll agree with you at that. I don't know, because I think the big thing is I really want to like the Titan. The Titan's so cool. The Titan's really fucking cool. And it's the exact type of aesthetic that I normally go for. This is really, really cool. It's my kind of thing. And so I'm a little bit, I think, frustrated that it feels like it's being handled so laissez-faire. Yeah, I don't know. In my mind, I figured Mega would be jumping up and down with the Titan. I thought I would think so too if you just described it to me. But I'm not a fan of how Matt's actually running it. I like the decisions. I like the decisions quite a lot. I just wish that it made a difference beyond aesthetics. Yeah.
Oh God. And there on the edge, you can see Jamonsa Ord there, wings flapping, as you guys rocket down and land right on the edge of the footsteps. There's about a 5-foot gap where the water isn't rushing past.
Okay. I immediately cast Control Water and suck it inside.
Okay. The waterfall stops and bends upward and it's now being held. You guys have what appear to be a row of steps ahead of you that are safe enough to land on right now. They're still slick with water, but there isn't a rushing waterfall pouring over them.
Can we see where to go to?
You can see it descends upward out of view.
maybe a better way to run it is to have the Titan be more like a mindless siege machine, and they have to find a way to stop it creatively rather than try to somehow kill it. I mean, I think there's even like an assumption that you're making in there that I'm not sure is accurate, of like the fact that they need to stop or kill it, right? Like, one of my kind of issues here is that I see no reason that they even need to concern themselves with the Titan. It seems like they should just try to get through it as quickly as possible and then kill Vecna. Because, assuredly, like, Vecna is the thing, is what is animating this, right? If Vecna's gone, this will almost certainly be gone, right? And so I don't even see like a reason that they need to care about it, even at that like low of a level. Like, I don't even see a reason they need to try to find a way to kill it. It would be cool if like they just like weren't sure where Vecna was in here, and so they wanted to stop it to try and like foil his plan while they search for him. But again, they have the Vecnadar. Like, when you have the Vecdar's better. When you have the Vecdar, like, this doesn't matter. You can just ignore the fact that this guy is bearing down on Vasselhiem and go to kill Vecna. Like, why? In fact, like, wasting time addressing this is just allowing Vecna even more time to, like, do what he ultimately wants to do. So I think that is, like, at a more core level, if you want them to engage with this cool Titan that you made, there needs to be, like, an actual reason for them to do so that doesn't actively conflict with the goals. Especially when you have displayed that, like, this Vecna timer, like, leaving Vecna to his own devices and not stopping what he wants to do is, like, an active problem. Like, you know, ostensibly, he would not have gotten to resurrect this Titan had they gone a little bit faster. Like, had they not gone after the third trammel or the second trammel or whatever. Like, or if they had done Scald's Seat a little bit quicker. Ostensibly, he would not have had this Titan to work with. So we know that the Vecna timer matters. It's not even like we can kind of relegate the timer over to the side and be like, well, now he's like doing his plan and you know, so we can take the time to disable this part of his plan and he won't have done a bunch of other stuff in the meantime. Like, we can't make that assumption. We thought that his plan was basically done and all he needed to do was just like continue to meditate and like make some signs. No one expected this. So I think that, like, assuming that you even have the time to address the Titan is incorrect based on what we have been shown. And again, I don't see any like clear ostensible reason that they really need to engage with it. Stopping the Titan would stop Vecna too, at least his army's march. Maybe. Maybe. Or maybe he would just, you know, keep going. Like, it might just be like, oh no, like Thar and Fala is here, but like he got us closer. Let's just keep marching. I don't know. I mean, that's like assuming that this is the long play, right? That whatever Vecna is doing right now, right here, is like the end goal, which we don't really know. We know very little about Vecna's plans, and every time we think that Vecna is done, he does a new thing. He like introduces a new thing. So maybe stopping the Titan would stop his march, but ostensibly Thar and Fala was moving before they got this Titan, right? Like, Thar and Fala had to make its way to the site. And according to the Vecdar, we like felt it actively moving. So I don't know how it was moving before, but the Titan doesn't seem to be fundamentally like the reason that it's moving, at least from my perspective. it seems like it was moving well before that. It's probably just faster and more intimidating to have the Titan. I don't know. Vecna is animating this thing. Vecna is hunched over a digital tablet, furiously drawing the walk cycle for the primordial dot harmony. Yeah. I don't know.
Let's just go.
Let's do it.
This is
what's
what's
happening.
happening. This is who we are now.
Jamon. they swoop down, and the giant dragon claws grapple onto the rock side of this large titan and leans forward, giving each of you the opportunity to jump a very short distance over to these steps. As each of you make this leap, Jamon disengages and flies up. Says, I can only grant you so much, for I have many to watch out here as we distract he who resides above. However, take this. And as the dragon head rescinds, you see the eyes flare with energy, and he's going to cast Mass Cure Wounds.
Oh.
All right. So as
Hey, remember when I was just talking about how nothing felt like it mattered and how that sequence was all style over substance? Man, even the one, like, potential thing to carry forward, the damage that they received from the Titan, is going to be, at the very least, mitigated to a substantial degree. I don't know, man. It's hard for me to look at that for it to be like the only downside was a bit of damage and then Jamon immediately undoes some of that damage. It's hard for me to look at that and like care about it. I'm just like, okay, whatever. Wasn't it plane shifted on top of it from the Shadowfell? I don't believe so. 'Cause they got plane shifted with it from the Shadowfell. It's been in the material, to my understanding. Thar and Fall has been in the material since it plane shifted with Vox Machina inside of it. And that was in a different location. Like, that was further away than Thar and Fall is now. Like, Thar and Fall was on the move, I believe, back when they were in Scald Seat. So the... However long it took them from when Vax'ildan was told, hey, Tharenfall is like on the move, between then and them finding it, if all of the movement was from the Titan would have had to like travel 4 miles, only 4 miles, like during that time. You know what I'm saying? Because when they showed up, it's 4 miles away. And if the Titan is the only thing that could give it locomotion, then it would have... The time between it, like, starting to move and when they get there would have been the time that it took for that Titan to cross 4 miles. And I think it was much, much longer than that. So I don't know. But it's also like taking out the Titan takes out the Titan. Like maybe it stops Vecna's movement, but just attacking, like taking care of Vecna just solves the Titan problem, right? Like the Titan is only relevant as long as Vecna's alive. So like again, like I'm not seeing a reason to care about the Titan. Yeah. The Titan is a pretty big threat in and of itself, so even if it doesn't take out the army or Vecna, taking it would still be helpful from a larger fight with Vasselhiem POV. Sure. If there's some reason you can't access Vecna. Like, I think that's like the big thing here, is like all of what you're saying makes sense, assuming we can't just go and kill Vecna. Which we can do. So why not just go and do that? Like, I don't understand why we need to even deal with the Titan. Unless the assumption is that the Titan will continue to be animated after Vecna is taken care of. But I think that's unlikely. Also, just taking out Vecna implies they're confident they can take out Vecna. Dude, if they can't take out Vecna... Why are they here? Like, if that's not their plan, right now. Like, I don't even know what they're doing then. Like, I think that their plan is to go and attempt to, like, get Vecna, like, deal with him, right? If that wasn't the case, I have no idea why they're here at this point. Like, they should just not be here if they don't think that they can take out Vecna. Why do you assume the Titan will stop when Vecna is dead? That's not how undead generally work. Is it not? Like, if you raise dead as a wizard, do your skeletons not, are they not, like, bound to your upkeep of will? I would assume that it would stop. Like just straight up, I would assume that it would stop, yeah. I mean, like, maybe this is an undead, but it's a very, unique kind of undead. I am assuming that, like, the only reason it is able to be animated in the first place is because of the divine power of Vecna. Maybe I'm wrong, but that would be my assumption. Yeah, is that if you were to take out Vecna, you would take out the Titan. And I feel pretty comfortable with that assumption, honestly. I don't think it's that crazy to think about, like, the permanent or quasi-permanent raising of the undead Titan being, like, fundamentally tied to some manner of power source, which in this case is Vecna, probably. In the same way that, like, Fassbender has a golem cortex, right? And, like, that is the core of his animating force. Like, I think this is much more likely to be more like a golem than a skeleton. Yeah. Yeah, they don't seem like they're mentally ready to face Vecna. They better fucking get over that. I mean, like, if they're not, like, I don't know why they're here then. If the plan is not to actively aggress Vecna, what are we doing? Like, I don't know if you guys are just like, if you guys like actually think that their plan is not to face off against Vecna, or if you're just like exploring hypotheticals. But like the sequence of events doesn't even make sense to me. Like at a fundamental level, if the end goal here is not to go and aggress Vecna. Like if that's not the plan, there are a litany of other issues going on. Yeah. I question if they feel sure they can at this point in time. I guess I don't know what difference that makes. Like, I don't think they're going to be more ready to face him if they spend a bunch of resources trying to take out the Titan. So it's like, in my head, they kind of got to pick between like one or the other. And one, I think it's more likely that like going to take out Vecna will at least have an impact on the Titan as opposed to vice versa. Like taking out the Titan is not going to weaken Vecna in any way. He'll still be just as strong. And now he knows you're nearby. So that seems like actively a bad plan to me. To like address the Titan first. It seems like you're just like kind of weakening yourself and fattening yourself up for the slaughter. Raise dead, just go if you stop upkeep, you lose control, but they are just skeletons now. Yeah. I mean, even then, like just removing its animating and its like driving force would make it easier to deal with. Whereas I don't think that there's any evidence, at least that I've seen, that the Titan being alive will make Vecna harder to deal with. Right? Like, at the very least, getting rid of Vecna will make the Titan easier to deal with, but I don't think that the same is true in the vice versa. Maybe they want to wait for the big Vecna fight until Ashley is back. Man, then I don't know. Then I just don't think that can like, I don't think there's like a way for that to make a lot of sense in the fiction. So it feels like they gotta like delay the game or something in that case. Like, I just don't like see a lot of in-fiction rationale for doing that. But I think the plan is to fight Vecna soon. It just doesn't seem like they're ready quite yet. I don't know what the fuck they're doing then, if that's the case. I don't know what they're doing, because it just seems to me like they're making themselves an even easier target for Vecna. I think their plan is to try and take the Vecna. I think the players feel less than confident that they will succeed, but they don't have a choice because of the attack on Vasselhiem. Sure. I mean, that's fine. The whole thing about this is just like, why care about the Titan? That's my whole thing. Is like, why, like, are they going to try and take out the Titan and then retreat after that? Because that seems ludicrous to me. But I guess maybe that's what'll happen. I don't know. I don't know.
2 6s and a 7, not bad. All right, 12, 19, plus.
The thing with the dice.
That's gonna be a 28 hit point seal to both of you. That helps.
Yep.
Yeah, as we were landing back, the gashes all over Vax's face started to heal up a little bit, but not all the way, and then suddenly they went even further.
Nice.
Thank you.
Be safe.
Fight
And
well.
see you on the other side.
I'll see you on the other side of the water.
As you all stand there on the precipice of this opening that just falls off into a drop hundreds of feet into the rocky ground below, you can smell the cold wind blowing through these caverns, emerging from this entrance you found. As Keith holds back the flow of this river, you glance up at the dark, rising stairs deep into the body of the Titan amongst the cursed vaults of this dwarven city, long abandoned. And begin your trek to eventually meet your final conflict with the Whispered One. And that's where we're going to end tonight.
All right, I think that is that. Okay. Didn't you have complaints of VM not going to fight Thordak and the dragon sooner? FE getting another vestige. Is this kind of similar? In a way. I mean, it's more like them not like going to get another vestige, I actually thought was reasonable for the players. Like, my complaints about them going to get another vestige were mostly centered around Matt and Matt's prep and the timers that he had set up, or lack thereof. Like, I think it made decent sense for the players to think we can go and get another vestige, even if that was bad for the story. I actually think it made a lot of in-fiction sense. And it was on Matt to make it not make in-fiction sense. This is almost the reverse, where I think that Matt has made it very clear that they cannot waste time. Like, they just can't waste time. And, you know, I remember when Vecna, like, when they were in Thar Amphala, and they were, you know, approaching Vecna, I had people in chat saying to me, yeah, it's their fault for not, like, prepping enough, right? Like, they should have, like, they shouldn't have taken that short rest. They did not go fast enough to actually deal with Vecna. They were too cautious. They were doing other stuff. They did not come in with the speed that they needed to address Vecna. And this, to me, like, you know, I had some problems. I had some quibbles with that. But that is what Matt has established here. Matt has established if you do not go and attack Vecna, he's going to keep doing stuff. Like, he's going to continue making this harder on you. And so this is almost the reverse of my Chroma Conclave issues, where my issues there were Matt not pushing them enough. My issues with this is like Matt's pushed them plenty. I don't understand the player mindset here. Like the players know that things are only going to get worse the more time they give Vecna. And they have so much direct access to Vecna. They have a real-time location tracking radar on him. And there's no ostensible reason that I can see that this is like the route they should or needed to go. This seems like a purely like slower route that is going to weaken them more. And I think the frustrating thing is probably that like someone earlier commented, and I think they're probably right, is that it was something about them like waiting for Ashley. Yeah, maybe they want to want to wait for the big Vecna fight until Ashley's back. Like I think that is unfortunately probably like a big part of it. Or at least if that is the rationale, that would at least like make an amount of sense for the players' mindsets here. If that's not why they're not trying to beeline it to Vecna, then I truly don't get it. Like, yeah, I just don't get it. I don't get why they would choose to go through the obstacle-ridden interior when they can just skip that. Like, they can just, like, become farts and just kind of scale up the side of him very slowly. Like, at least scout it out, right? So, yeah, I don't know. And then that is all kind of separate from the way that Matt is running this. Like, I don't know if Matt planned for them to go through the Titan or not. I did not get a sense that there was any reason that they couldn't have not gone through like a dungeon here, right? Like even this entrance that they found was hidden behind like a pretty big check. So I don't really know why the players are doing this, but and to be fair to Matt, like I would never have prepped for my players to do this, like because this is kind of like semi-nonsensical to me. You know, maybe he should have known, if it is because of Ashley, maybe he should have known that. But the kind of like, I'll deal a bunch of damage and then I'll have Jamon heal some of it. It's all just kind of wishy-washy, going back and forth. Nothing feels important. It doesn't feel like they're overcoming anything. They're not making choices. They're just kind of rolling and just dealing with the consequences because they have a million tools to do so. But even with all of those tools to do so, he still kind of rolls back some of it with Jamon. So, I don't know, man. I don't know. That sequence was really tough because a lot of the aesthetics I think are really interesting and cool, but the gameplay of that session was just really lacking to me. So I don't know. I think I'll leave it there, and maybe I'll have some more cohesive thoughts when I come back for 110. I can include them in the takeaway. Because I feel like I need to like sit with this for a little while. Of like, why did I dislike this so much? I don't know. 5 more eps to go. Oh man, so close. It's very close. And I feel, and now I understand where all of those episodes are going. Like it's all like navigating through the Titan. So that makes total sense now. I don't know. We'll see. I mean, like, what I actually really hope is that, like, what I hope we end up finding is that Vecna is, like, riding in the middle of the Titan, right? So, like, if they had gone on top, they would have had to, like, pierce through the city and, like, gone from, like, the top down. I'd really like to see something like that. Because at the moment, this feels like them just putting themselves in front of more obstacles rather than taking a shortcut where there are less obstacles. And like, no matter what, that is what I think happened. But at least they could be somewhat justified. They could be like post-justified by the top being just as difficult of a path as coming from the bottom. Yeah. Going for the inside of the Titan instead of the top seems like a big choice to me. It is. It is a big choice. And like it's more that how do I say it? When I like the way in which he reacted to that choice, right? That's like the big, like either that choice should have just gotten them there, right? Like if the question was, how do we get to the Titan? Like, how do we like get there and like get on, essentially? And like that is like the only question, and like the question is just like where do we land? Or how do I say it? As far as I can tell right now, there is no difference in how they approached it, depending on where they went. Right? Like so far, that choice didn't matter at all. Does that make sense? I'm trying to think of how to display the thoughts inside my head. Of like, whether they had gone to the top or the bottom, the process of them approaching was basically identical. Like there was no actual strategy in how they approached. The guy still saw them. They had to like make strength saves, even though they hadn't had to make them before. It felt like they made some choices, right? They made the choice to go towards the bottom, and they made the choice to like go all invisible. And then Matt just like it applied the security measures exactly the same. It's like, okay, now instead of having to fight through Gloomstalkers, you now have to make a strength save that, again, didn't have to make before. So, like, the strength save is added as, like, a layer of security that their choice should have navigated them around, right? I think that's, like, the big thing for me is, like, the choice to go in the bottom ultimately did not protect them from any of the defensive measures. And in fact, defensive measures were added in to be able to contest them and to be able to defend against them despite their choices. Like, I think the invisibility was a bigger choice than even going to the bottom. And that was just like directly navigated around with the strength check. And then once we're in there, once we reveal that, you know, there is like a person here with Vax and he's visible, now all of a sudden it can perceive them without eyes. Like it has some manner of perception that prevented it from seeing them while they were invisible, but allows them to see, or allows it to see them when Vax is visible, but doesn't allow them to see / notice it when Vax and Keyleth are visible. Right? This is like, that like layer of inconsistency is what like makes me kind of throw up my hands and stop caring. It's like, okay, now you are just crafting the Titan to be able to contest them no matter what they do, right? So no matter if they make the decision to go invisible or to go into the bottom, they are getting contested no matter what. And I would argue not in a pre-prepped form. Like, these were not examples of things that Matt had prepped. He was coming up with them on the fly. And I think that they undermined the decision-making capacity of the players here. So it's when I say like they had no choices, it's that they like that their choices for how to approach it did not affect the experience of approaching it. There was just a set amount of risk that Matt said, you guys are going to experience this amount of risk, and that's it. I'm not sure if it was the Titan that noticed them, more like Vecna, who's handling the wheel. Vecna can't notice them because they have the shroud. They have the band of shrouding. And if that's the case, why could he not notice them when they are more visible? Like, they go from only Vax being visible to then Vax and Keyleth being visible. And when only Vax was visible, that he could see them, and when both of them are visible, suddenly he can't. This is like, and again, is Vecna like visually, like with his eyeballs, looking at them? I don't know. And he could see them in one scenario, but he couldn't in other. Like, are we actually using like visual perception to see this right now? I don't know. Didn't Matt roll a die that determined if they get noticed or not? Let's see.
Strangely, you're able to see a slight shift in wind to give you just a brief moment to see as you're plummeting. Okay.
So it...
No!
You were one away.
It's a 25. It was a 25 to dodge it. Right here. The opening is about that big. You do, the flying man does not. So as emerge from the opening. As you guys get closer and closer.
All right. As you guys get closer and closer, you can see there is indeed what appears to be a trickle of a waterfall that is just dissipating. The wind is so strong that it gets maybe 25 or 30 feet down before it just gets scattered into droplets.
Is it pea colored?
No, it is actually a pretty clear water. You do also glance as you get closer that it appears to be emerging from some sort of an opening, like a cavern.
Yeah, let's head for the opening.
All right.
It's a hot spring.
So as you approach...
Oh, wait, I just realized that you guys can't see.
Does not. So, as the rest of you make it up towards the side, and the wind is strong here, and you can hear the impact of each footfall so deafening, your eardrums almost shake enough. There is the path to another series of tunnels or breaking points.
Right.
Arm swings back.
No. I dodge it. I try and dodge it.
Stop hitting
Yeah, no test to see like if the guy
I need
notices
both
them
of you guys
here.
to make dexterity saving throws.
They just have to make the dex save.
Actually, because you're riding Keyleth right now, it's going to be on the giant eagle form. Because you're clutching
Just
it.
roll a
It's just
dex
on me.
save.
It's just on you.
The giant titan.
It's hard to avoid a 100+ foot wide arm.
I'm a nimble eagle.
This is a save. Wait.
Oh, that's not bad.
Wait.
I'll say you have the time because it's so many. So 25
So yeah, it was just a dex save.
as
Does uncanny. Okay.
both of you begin to plummet at this point.
Hopefully.
I'm
Perception
hang on,
check.
I'm doing math.
And then Vax rolls a
plummeting.
perception check
Hang on,
The
I'm
Vax needs to
doing
roll a
math.
perception
Hang
check.
on.
to try and
Okay,
see
good.
if he
You see
can
Vax
find where
smacked fall and his
Keyleth
wings shoot
is.
out. Vax moment. Just the spell bends around her. You can feel her invisible.
And right here.
All right. Another giant arm swings. But swings wide as it attempts to swing in the same place it did before. It does not seem to see the two of you quickly.
It does not seem to see the two of you. And it is referring to the Titan as if the Titan is the one doing the seeing. Now, maybe that was just like I think that was just flavorful description to explain the missing attack roll. Like the fact that the attack roll missed. But I do think like it pulls me out of it. Like the style of this becomes nonsensical. Like it becomes just like, we're just attacking and it's missing and whatever. Like all of these things are happening just because, like at the end of the day. He did roll there, didn't he? He rolled an attack roll. But he didn't roll for the first one. He just swung. So on the first one, there was no roll from Matt, except for damage. On the second one, there was a roll, which is like, that's an entire separate example of like the fact that there was a roll in one spot and not the other. Like even beyond us talking about the, maybe him saying that he just doesn't see you there is just like flavoring the attack roll. He didn't roll an attack roll the first time. He just swung. And they had to make a dex saving throw to avoid the swing. Not Matt's making an attack roll. Maybe he's making a perception check. He didn't make a perception check before. Do we know it's an attack and not perception? Either way, he made a roll the second time that did not happen the first time. That's my main point. Is like when they actually got hit, he did not roll anything. The second time where they dodge it, he does roll something. And that is like what I'm kind of digging down into here is like none of this is behaving consistently. It's very like clear to me that Matt is just kind of throwing stuff out there whenever it feels right. So I don't know. The shroud protects from scrying, but not from vision up top. Yeah, I mean, I guess if we are assuming that it is Vecna's visual line of sight that is controlling that, then maybe. But if Vecna is the one that just saw them and is controlling the Titan, it'd be crazy to not send people in after them, which I have a feeling will not happen. So, but isn't throwing stuff out there because it feels right kind of a big part of what a DM does? Yeah. Yeah, no, it certainly is. In this scenario, I think Matt's just doing a bad job at it. Like I think that the lack of consistency de-invests me from the scene, especially if I was playing. I wouldn't like try to think of anything creative or unique. Like, why do that? Like, why actually think about the scene if no matter what you do, the result is going to be functionally the same? Or the result is just functionally decoupled from what you choose to do. No matter what, it's going to be something. Like, you gotta hide that fact as a GM, right? Sometimes we talk about Quantum Ogre versus railroading. Of like, Quantum Ogre is like, okay, you're faced with two doors. If you open the left one, there's an ogre behind it. If you open the right one, the same ogre is behind it. And the DM just places the ogre in whichever room you open, right? You have to... That is like a strategy that some GMs will use. And like, that's a tool in the GM toolbox, is to just say, this thing that I have prepped is wherever it needs to be in order for the players to encounter it, in order for the players to encounter it. But part of your job is to hide those strings, is to hide the fact. You want to make the players feel like the ogre was always behind that door and it couldn't have ever been anywhere else. And when there's a blatant difference of like, okay, you guys roll a dex saving throw this time, but then I roll an attack roll this time for the same thing happening in fiction. At that point, we're getting out of the realm of like playing D&D. Like at that point, we're getting into like very different territory. There's some very rules light games that maybe that sort of thing might happen in, where there's a lot more abstraction. But when we are in D&D, where resource management is such a large part of it, and where the strategy around managing that resources is part of what makes the challenge, just deciding to just like kind of make up challenges on the spot and very obviously do so is it's degrading towards the motivation to think of interesting solutions. It degrades the desire to really think carefully about your resources and about your plan and your prep, right? Why plan and prep if there's gonna be something there no matter what, right? Like if you can't like make a more intelligent choice than another. That's what this was feeling a lot like to me. Like at that point, frankly, like you should go and play Blades in the Dark. Like there are systems that lean into that sort of thing where like Blades in the Dark wants you to entirely abstract the planning process. Blades in the Dark says, do not plan anything. And the like crux of that is them making these moment-to-moment cinematic decisions. And that's not the crux of the challenge in D&D. D&D's challenge underlying is very similar. Is not similar. It is a much more strategic expenditure of resources. And using your resources cleverly, I think, is one of the like fundamental paths towards overcoming challenge. But in this session, we have Matt just like giving them random stuff, just like be like, hey, have a bunch of healing potions. Hey, have a mass cure wounds. But also, hey, give me this thing or give me that thing. Like none of it is prepped. It's all just kind of flowing around. And I think it is ultimately worse because of it, especially within an arc that was very mechanical. Like this arc so far has been pretty like focused around the trammels, and the trammels are not a vibes based thing. The trammels are a very mechanical thing, and even like a timer, right? Like the timers as they are presented are fundamentally mechanical and like positioned towards D&D. Like the fact that we could even say earlier on in this arc, oh, it's their fault for not going and dealing with Vecna quickly enough. I think that is at fundamental opposition to how the lead up to them getting onto this Titan was run. Like I think those are two separate styles of just kind of throwing stuff out at them and seeing how they like handle it in the moment towards this like time and resource management that the rest of the arc has been positioned as. And even if we're looking at just, throwing obstacles in front of them no matter what, even in Blades in the Dark, I still try to run Blades in the Dark as consistently as possible. You want consistent cause and effect. Because if the players aren't sure what the effect is going to be from the action that they take, like what the consequence is going to be, you can't blame them for being overly cautious, right? When there's going to be problems no matter what they do, no matter how they approach the situation, then it starts to remove their investment. I don't know. I feel like I have a lot of like really strong feelings about this, but I don't think I'm conveying them well. Like I'm hearing myself like talk and I'm like, that's like kind of what I mean, but it's like a little bit different than that. I'm struggling to like find the exact words to portray what I don't like about this, because I really don't like it. But I'm really struggling to articulate exactly why. So I might just need to think about it. I was afraid Bitty wouldn't be mentioned this episode. Yeah. Sarah's story was on topic and clear. Oh, yeah. Let's see. I was about to go back and read that. Yeah. Dude, last night in a D&D game, I was invisible and the DM targeted me multiple times, even though in the context of the battle, there was no way for them to know where I was. I questioned and he said, I need some way to bring you into the battle so they can figure out where you are. He didn't have them roll perception checks, even though I was far away from the last place I'd been seen or heard and it was a chaotic battle. So I feel some empathy for this situation. Yeah, it did. He basically admitted it was because I said so. Yeah, and like that... I think that is like that is a good example. I do think that those situations are pretty analogous of, I need to make this a little bit harder and I can't figure out a way to do that. So I'm going to break some rules or I'm going to ignore some rules. And that's de-investing in the scene. And again, like, just because we see them having fun does not, like, how do I say it? I think we can't use how good of actors and voice actors they are as evidence towards some things and simultaneously say, well, I observe them having a ton of fun, so they must be having fun. They could also just be acting, right? And not even acting in like a malicious sense, but just like in the sense of, man, I want to have fun, and it's not very fun if I just like tune out of the session right now. And if I act de-invested, especially live on stage, right? If I was in this, even regardless of how de-invested I am, if I'm on this stage, I'm not acting like I'm de-invested. I'm doing the best that I can to put on the best show possible. So, and I think that it is well within the ability of the CR cast to do the same. So I'm not, I guess, convinced that that just because they appear to be having fun, that is actually the case. De-investing is a good word because I was carrying a magic object and trying to hide. If I knew they were going to see me anyway, I would have saved my invisibility spell slot and done other magic. That's very much what I'm kind of trying to communicate here. Yeah. Is like, if they're gonna get hit no matter what, or if you're going to like proc these rolls no matter what, it can present some problems on the resource management side of things. Yeah. Instead, I spent 3 turns concentrating on invisibility that only marginally helped. It's absolutely resource management. And like action management, right? Like, not only did you spend 3 turns doing something that only marginally helped, but you spent 3 turns doing something that only marginally helped. That 3 turns is absolutely an issue there. Yeah. It honestly sounds like you got a board and don't like the lack of predictability in this session regarding mechanics. I fully don't remember this part of the campaign, so I feel that. I think that, like, a lack of predictability regarding mechanics is like kind of central here. And I've talked about it before. But I think I'm especially honing in on it here because the predictability is so like back to back to back, right? It is not just that like, oh, a similar situation happened in like a different session and Matt ran it differently. It is like within the same session, and not only within the same session, within the same like sequence, there's that lack of predictability. Like that is, I think, kind of fundamental to even like the Blades in the Dark type interactions where you are like going through and there's going to be obstacles ahead of you no matter what. But part of that is like guessing and checking. So like, okay, when I did this, they reacted like this. I can use that to like structure my plan or my actions going forward. But when you have the exact same action from the exact same creature proccing different things, suddenly it's like, oh, okay, this thing doesn't have a stat block. It just does whatever Matt needs it to do. It like fully bounces me out into like hand of the DM. Yeah. I agree that these eps aren't the most memorable, but I still like them. Really looking forward to the last 4-ish episodes though. Yeah. And I'm going to try to like very much like leave this where it is. Like that, and that's my philosophy on like bad D&D in general. Or not even bad D&D, but like, you know, maybe a session that is not in the top half in terms of its quality, I guess, is just like, you just leave them in the past. You move on. The Kraken fight is, you know, widely agreed to be bad, but you know, you do it and you move on. You figure out next time. GG, go next. And so I'm hopeful that once we're in, I will be able to spend more time enjoying the setting and enjoying the big Titan. And I'm hoping that the actual interior dungeon will be more, you know, classically mechanical than this was. Yeah. Because this was just like, I just like wanted to like kind of fast forward through it. I was like, okay, yeah, I get it. They're getting there. Yeah. So I don't know. Too bad you're not on C4. There was a very poignant encounter example for the invisibility in a fight mechanic that was Chef's Kiss. Hell yeah. I'm glad. Yeah. There are lots of moments in the last episodes that I would love to see Mega analyze. Maybe someday. I do actually have an idea for a potential way to do C4, but I'm not even going to talk about it because I think it's unlikely. But it is possible. I'll say, like, even though I'm not doing it, and even though I gave up on my original plans for C4, it does not mean I've given up on C4 entirely. I just wouldn't bank on it. Unfortunately. But I know it's a given, but I joined stream seconds ago and Mega increments the bit decounter. It was the only one this stream. Oh, yeah. Regarding how much fun they are having, I also don't think we should underestimate how much adrenaline and enjoyment they get from just being on stage in front of an audience. Absolutely. Like, when I like analyze these sessions about what I think is good and bad, that is sort of decoupled from how much fun I think these players in this moment are having. I'm thinking of Ghost average players. And I'm also thinking about what would they say after the fact, not even during the actual process. Because I think part of playing D&D is like trying to have fun no matter what. Like, I think that is like an important part to being a player, is always attempting to have fun. And I think that making that easier on the players kind of takes a load off of them mentally to do even more interesting things if they're not actively needing to like try to have fun. If they're just having it, right? And so whenever I'm talking about like, you know, what I think players will or won't enjoy, what de-invests me, whatever, that is all sort of just kind of disconnected from how much fun the cast appears to be having. Yeah. But anyways, I'm gonna leave it there. Yeah, unfortunately, not a huge. I would have a lot of trouble giving that episode full marks. I think there's probably an amount of it that is down to the live show aspect. That certainly didn't help. But I'm still very hopeful for the rest of the episodes. You know, you gotta have one or two that it would be very difficult for them to have an entire arc where I loved every single moment. That would be very, very hard. So I'm not taking it too much to heart. Yeah, despite how disappointed Mega's the stream was fun. Good. I'm glad. I need something to cheer me up today. Good. I'm cautiously hopeful that I don't know, that I am approaching a point of stability outside of stream. We did get a place secured. Whew. So no more going in touring spots. But now it's just the job market. Now is just trying to find that stability. And you know, it's weird. It's just gonna be like, man, I don't have like any stability, and I'm spending all my time like, you know, either applying to jobs or I'm doing a bunch of certifications to try and make me stand out more. And it's like, I'm kind of just gonna be doing that, and that's going to be my top priority, just like right up until the point where like suddenly it's not. And suddenly I'm just gonna have like a bevy of time and money. And that's not to say that, you know, I won't have like a ton of extra time because I'll have a full-time job. But it will be like, man, I clock in, I clock out, and I'm able to do anything I want with the clock out time. Whereas right now there's no clock out time. It's all just like working to try and make myself more desirable to the recruiters. So it's weird. I don't know. It's tough because like I'm trying to. I think it's just like productive to stay hopeful. Of like, oh man, like I'll get a gig soon. I think that's just like the more productive way to see it. But that also means it's like, you know, when I think about like, oh, like when will cries get more consistent? It's like any day now. But who knows when it actually will be. So wish me luck, and you know, maybe it's all meant to be. All meant to be. Who knows? We'll see. Thank you. I appreciate it. And yeah, so I'll probably be back next Wednesday. Or not next Wednesday, next Monday. I guess just I don't know. Don't assume anything. Unfortunately, I just kind of got to sneak these in when I can. And go from there. But anyways, I appreciate y'all. I'm looking forward to the next episode, and I will talk to you later. Bye-bye.